Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I was watching this in the background and it never turned on my camera. Good to see you. Oh, yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. But while we're waiting on that to happen, what we're going to do is we're going to watch a little bit of this and see what we end up with. And whenever it comes on, we'll kick it into gear for you guys. But yeah, that's some crazy stuff. Oh yeah, just so we can. This is his first rally since his exit from the race, old Trump. So here we go. Let's get this thing firing off. Does it look like he's lost supporters?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. He's one hell of a man. Thank you, Richard. Great honor to be introduced.
Good to see you, Puddle
by
Town
you.
Stars.
Thank you to a
Daniel
place
Barry.
called North
Good
Carolina.
to see all of you guys.
And I have these incredible women from North Carolina right over there.
Whoa.
And they've been to, I shouldn't tell you, 129 different rallies. Can you believe it? Look how great they look.
Aw.
And their husbands love them. I don't know how the husbands do this. They travel all over, and finally we have one in North Carolina, nice and easy. It's nice and easy for you. No, they're incredible people. 129 rallies, it's great. But it's really tremendous to be back in this beautiful
Rally girls,
state
is that what
with
they're calling them? Hey,
thousands
Sir
and
Frank Otter,
thousands
good
of
to see you.
proud, hard-working American patriots. which
Glad
is
all you guys could
what
make
you
it in
are.
here.
This is a nice arena. How about the people outside that can't get in? That's a lot of people, too. Would anybody like to give up your seat? Would anybody? You're just not generous people. As you know, 3 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of our country, crooked Joe Biden.
Good
He
evening,
quit
Linda.
Because
Good to
he was
see you.
losing so badly in the polls. He was down in every single poll and down by a lot, so he quit. But really, what happened was the leaders of the Democrat Party, in a very undemocratic move, the bosses, they said, either you get out or we're going to throw you out using the 25th Amendment. That's what happened, you know that. So what?
Oh,
well,
that's
you
funny.
know that. That's what happens. That's what happens. These are nasty people, the Democrats, so we better beat them or we're not going to have
Hey,
a country left.
Roxanne.
You're not going to have a
Good to
country
see
left.
you. Hope
So
everything's
now we
good
have
with
a
you
new
guys.
victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion. L-Y-I-N apostrophe. The most incompetent and far-left vice president in American history. By the way, they did a poll. She was rated the worst vice president in history. I've never seen that poll before, but that's the poll. Together we will win North Carolina in an epic landslide. We're way ahead in the poll.
Okay.
And we will take back that beautiful White House, and we will very simply make America great again.
Oh my! I mean, you want to talk about making America great again? Well, I've got something special for you guys. If you want to see it being made great again, what do we have here? Oh, you just hold on to your horses, hold on to your tight little horses, and just remember. His mating call.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice rack.
Yeah, you like that rock, didn't you? So how you doing this evening, Rosalind?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
Good.
It's this is going to be an interesting one tonight. Really interesting. So
Yeah.
this right here is Trump's, and I'm just waiting on the White House to start it up. So I don't have to pull up all the pundits. I can just get it directly from the White House feed. So yeah, this is Trump's first rally since Biden dropped out. So hell, I think
Wow.
yeah. So this is interesting. I find it interesting. She's in heat for sure.
For 3.5 years, Lion
Gosh.
Kamala Harris has been the ultra-liberal driving force behind every single Biden catastrophe.
Oh yeah.
She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country if she ever gets the chance to get into office. We're not
Yeah,
gonna
this
let
will be
that happen.
live. We will do it live. This is not live right now. This is a little old.
You know, I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice. And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be nice. Is that okay?
No, he doesn't have a bandage on his ear
I'm
anymore.
going to be nice.
Oh, he has a
I was-
Band-Aid.
Right. Well, I mean, it's probably just stitches. And it's probably
Well-
just so you don't stare at it.
Yeah, pretty much. So you don't touch it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kamala Harris is the most liberal elected politician in American history. Did you know that? She's an ultra-liberal politician.
No, not his
She's
earlobe. It went through the
absolutely terrible.
cartilage
She's,
at the
as
top.
You know,
Yeah.
more liberal than Bernie Sanders. Can you believe it? She's rated far more liberal than
Somewhere
Bernie Sanders.
up in
And she's now trying to get rid of her record, but she can't.
Around
She's
there.
going out and saying things
That area.
she doesn't believe it. If she ever got in, she'd destroy this country so fast. So she was the border czar, but she never went to the border, right? She never. She was appointed by this horrible president, this horrible guy. How this guy got to be president in his basement. He stayed in his basement.
What's some mean tweets? Nice.
And we did a lot better the second
That would be
time
fun.
than we did the first.
Yeah, it
time.
would
this
be.
guy got to be president. What they've done to this country in
I had my
3.5
first rage
years,
quit
and we're gonna turn it around.
on
But what
Twitter.
they've
Really?
done
Did
to our
you?
country is
I
So
saw that.
excited.
I know. It's awesome.
As border czar, Kamala threw open our borders and allowed 20 million illegal aliens to stampede into our country from all over the world. As vice president, she cast the tie-breaking votes that created the worst inflation in a half a century, decimating middle-class families and hurting very badly, as you know, all people in North Carolina. And by the way, Laura says hello. Laura, do we love Laura? How good is Laura? She is terrific. She has done a tremendous job. You know, I'm saying it now because if I forget it later on, they'll say he's cognitively challenged.
Where does he get the 20 million figure from? I don't even pay attention to those numbers because it's all made up BS.
Is it 20 million illegals?
Yeah.
It's actually, I think the head of the FBI said it was 2 million today.
Yeah. It is all it is 2 million still a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, and it's not uncommon for people to exaggerate this stuff. Even I don't even call Biden out on half of his over exaggerations unless it's just so like far gone. It's like does it 2 million, 10 million, 1 million, 500,000? It doesn't matter. Illegal
Right.
is illegal. There's a bloody picture of his ear where you can see the damage. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. It's pretty gnarly.
I don't want to be cognitively no, but I want to thank her because she's unbelievable. She loves it. I'll introduce Michael in a couple of minutes, but I want to remember to introduce Laura. She's been a fantastic.
That's what he's
daughter-in-law
talking about.
and wife to Eric.
I think it was the 2 million where they're saying that they don't know where they are. Like they lost them.
Right.
But so I don't know what the real
And
number
she
is.
happened to
But he
name
said
her
2 million was no idea where they
beautiful
were.
daughter, you know what? Carolina. Carolina.
Yeah, 6.9 million per year for 3 years.
I said, which one? Which Carolina? She said, well, North, of course. No. Let's call them both.
Yes, they don't.
You mind if I call them both? They've both been great, frankly.
And that's
when
if you trust the head of the
Kamala Harris was
FBI.
sent to Europe to
Yes.
deter Russia.
So
what a
there's that.
joke
True.
that was.
True. There
From
is
attacking
that. You have to
Ukraine,
trust
how did that
that.
work out? Russia answered by launching the invasion just 5 days after she left. Putin laughed at her like she was nothing. She is nothing. She's so bad for us. Everything Kamala touches turns into a total disaster. She's destroyed San Francisco with her policies. Check out San Francisco. 20 years ago, it was the greatest city in our country. Today, it's not a livable city. She'll destroy our country if she's elected, so we won't let her be elected. We can't let that happen.
Everyone, this is
Hey, Bish.
Rosalind, and yes, I know quite a few lovely ladies. You know, it's not just all the sausage factory over here, okay? Hey, Mighty Boosh. Oh, your mother loved San Francisco. Well, that was San Francisco. Used to be a pretty much a beacon. That's right. You know Rosalind from the
Unbelievably,
chat.
despite all of the
That's me.
damage she's caused, radical, liberal Kamala Harris now wants a promotion to deliver 4 more years of chaos. We've had the worst 4 years. You know, I say about Biden, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, added them up, they won't have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has
Yes,
done.
it's true.
But
It's 'cause
this
I got the
November, the
base.
American people are going to tell her, no thanks, Kamala.
It's
You've
the
done
base.
a terrible job.
It's
You've
all
been
in the
terrible at
base.
everything you've done. You're ultra-liberal, and we don't want you here. We don't want you anywhere. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
You know they've been wanting that the whole time.
And yet the fake news, which a month ago said she was incompetent, said she was a stiff, just a dopey stiff, the worst. Nobody talked to her. She was firing her staff left and right. The staff hates her. Oh, wait till
Yep.
you see the stories that are going to come out about her staff. Oh. If that were
Yeah.
me, they'd be all over the place. But the fake news tries to cover her up. But wait till you see. She was the worst with the staff of anybody. But the fake news is talking about
From what I hear, she was not bad with the staff. That's how she got her promotions. Too soon? Too
Oh
soon?
boy.
You got your wife from San Francisco just in time. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, y'all need to go watch Tucker and Jack. It was awesome. Oh, I have watched Tucker and Jack Posobiec. And it was a good interview. But you also have to remember I'm limited on some of the stuff I can show here.
lying Kamala as if she's the savior of our country.
Yeah. Heels up.
That she's so brave.
That's going to be her code name if she wins the presidency. Heels up.
Now.
I've seen a turnaround like this. 3 weeks ago, 4
Can't
weeks
slut
ago, she
shame.
was the worst.
Not
politician
shaming.
in America.
No shaming that.
Now they say, isn't it amazing? Look at her. She's so beautiful. She's so magnificent. She has a crowd of 1,000 people the other day. And the fake news, and they worked hard to get that crowd. We have crowds of 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000 people.
Yep.
So my biggest question is on the merch.
And
There's
the fake
already
news said, oh,
merch.
her crowd was amazing.
I
It
know
was
the
amazing.
turnaround time on that. Like you.
What for Harris?
There was already
yeah.
merch.
Oh yeah, there has been. And I told everybody this the other day. I'm like, you realize that this was already planned. Like Trump getting shot in the face was completely not what they expected to have happen. That was unexpected. That threw a big wrench in everything. They were not expecting that at all. This was their plan in the first place, is that Biden would go out to NATO because he knows that Camel Toe can't handle anything like that. Nobody likes her. They've got to keep her domestic, because as soon as they send her to another country, she just screws that up left and right. So they had to keep they had to keep her domestic on the, domestic side. And they already had all of that merch printed out, ready to go for Harris. And they already, and I'm telling you this right now, they already know who her VP is going to be. As soon as one thing happened, they already had the next thing set up. So all her merch that's out right now that everybody's buying up, that's suckers, because they've already got the next batch of merch prepared. And they're going to be selling that as soon as she announces her VP candidate, which will more than likely be at the DNC. And they're going to try to make it like Trump did. Oh, we got to guess who it was. Trump already knew who he was going to have in. It was already pre-planned. It was already set up. He even said it was. Since their attack on Trump failed, they had to get to Biden out of the way, but they just couldn't off him too quickly. Yeah, I still feel she's going to be pulled and candidate number 3 re-rolled in at the convention. I hope so. I mean, I would like to see somebody much better than her. If at least somebody that's worthwhile. I mean, that's the biggest issue that I'm seeing, is they just don't have anybody that's worthwhile that can compete against him. It wouldn't surprise me if they brought Gig in there.
So I didn't realize she didn't go to law school, MG law. I questioned it a lot. I really questioned it.
She took the mini bar. California's a little bit different. No, and this has been the problem whenever she talks about, oh, I'm not a DEI, hire. That's just them trying to throw shade on me and all this kind of crap. And it's just like, you realize, and I went off on this earlier today, is that it takes away agency whenever you have this. It shows just how racist they are, because they don't believe that they have the skill, whether it be black, brown, white, whatever it is that's getting involved in this DEI stuff, that's how they advance. They're taking away all of the agency from those people, because it's saying that they don't have enough skill or competence to actually do it without help. That's what it tells people. They've never struggled for anything. It's just given to you. And whenever you hire someone like that, it's all your agency is gone, and you will always be questioned. Are they even qualified to do this job? I mean, think about it. If you got your job just because you were a woman and not because of your skill,
I had a couple of jobs because I was a woman. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. But how long lasting is that job? Does it impress anybody, or are they constantly looking at you and saying, "We know why you're here. It's because you got tits,
tits and a smile,
but with no skill."
Well, I had some skill, but
well, exactly. Fair point. But there's a lot that don't, and she's one of them. Maybe 15 minutes tops. Oh, she took a mini bar, all right. Yeah, I bet she did.
Did you see it the other day? She had maybe 1,000 people. I doubt it. They worked their asses off to get those people to go, and I wonder where they go. They said, oh, this is such a big crowd. She's got such momentum. I don't think she's going to have a lot of momentum after this speech, because I'm telling you about her. Right? We're telling you the facts. I'm just giving you the facts. But they said it was such a big crowd, such a beautiful crowd. They never mention our crowds. Like this crowd. Look at this crowd.
It's the biggest crowd. It's a beautiful crowd. It's the most biggest, beautiful crowd I've ever seen.
You can multiply her crowds times 20 and 30, and she wouldn't get what we get. 107,000 people recently in New Jersey. We might win New Jersey. We're up in New Jersey.
That would be amazing.
82,000 in South Carolina. 82.
Yeah, they never do show them.
And by the way, we would have had a number here that would have been through the roof. But, you know, we are confined. As beautiful as this arena is, I just met the owner. He said it's an all-time record. Because, you know, they have basketball, hockey, but with basketball, hockey, you can't fill up the floors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we set the all-time record, and he's a very nice gentleman, great family. But we set the all-time record. And if this thing were twice as large, it would be filled up with the people outside. 68,000 people in the great state of Alabama. 68,000.
That's right.
And then we did one in the South Bronx, and that can be a rough place. But we did one, and it was like a love fest. This was an amazing thing. We had 25,000 people in the South Bronx.
Nice.
Amazing. And if I ever had a crowd like Kamala, assuming she had 2,000 people, which I don't think she did. But if I ever had a crowd, they'd do headline stories. Trump is over. It's all over. It's not working for him anymore. They never mentioned the crowd. I tell those, look at all those cameras back there.
Yeah, they zoom in on him.
And I always say, but they never do it, turn the cameras around to show them the crowd, but they never do it.
They should. You should totally do it right now.
They never want to do it.
Well, if he walked into the crowd, they'd have to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess that's not going to happen.
No. I thought it was 30,000 in the Bronx. Whatever. Still a lot more.
They just...
Yeah.
Cheese curds.
1,000 people, 1,000 there for the promised free cheese curds. I love it.
They don't want to do it. I don't know why. Even the semi-friendly camera, they don't turn. You know, I used to think it was a physical thing with the camera. You know, the steel, you can't turn, you can't turn. And
I love watching the people in the back.
In 2015, it started right from the beginning, these big crowds. But now I have to tell you, there's more spirit now.
Lady in the red just saw herself on the monitor. So she's watching herself now.
We did much better in 2020, but it was rigged.
Yep.
It was rigged. But this is bigger than 2020. This is bigger than 2016. And I think the reason is you like me a lot, but you know what you really like? When you look at the incompetent administration that we have with the inflation, with the Afghanistan, with all of the things they've done wrong, everything, the borders are. When you look at how bad they are, you say, you know, I like Trump, but now I really like Trump because we don't want to go back. Front row Joes. Front row Joes.
Well, you know, here's something that you have to remember, Lady in Red. One thing you have to remember with Biden and with Trump is this difference in size of crowds is enormous. I mean, it's been that way since forever. That's why he was just like, I don't understand how we've got these many people showing up to every single one of our venues. And yet, whenever you go to Biden's, there's like 100 people honking horns sitting in their cars. Right? You would think that if he had that much popularity and that much support, that there would have been all these people like just coming to hear him speak. That's why 2020 just didn't make a whole lot of sense to people. It's rough. Mm-hmm. It's rough, you know. And not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying that you know something doesn't smell good in Stinkville. Honey, get the cat's ass. Lady
you know,
Gray.
Front row Joes, they've been to 201. I hate to tell you that, North Carolina. They have beat you 201. And they were to a rough one last week. That was a rough one. I saw them. They were sitting in the front row, and things were happening that weren't too nice, right? Amazing, right? But they were there, and they didn't move. You know, amazing. Nobody moved. When a bullet goes off, this a freak thing, but a bullet goes off, crowds always run, they call it a stampede. Nobody ran.
No, they didn't.
And we had 55,000 people. Nobody ran. You could see the small group we had behind. And no, you could see the group behind because the camera was on. We had a tremendous, you know, like hundreds of people from the press. We had cameras going on. And you could see behind me, they were like this. How about the guy right behind me in the black with the green hat? And he's looking like this. Well, that guy was, I want to meet him. But they had a lot of guys like that back then. But did you see him? They've only played that clip about 5,000 times. They see it every day. It's over and over. But you see how brave. Normally when something like that happens, everybody but Richard will leave. Richard will stay. He's a tough cookie. But no, everybody scrambles. They run. Nobody ran. Same thing with the group out front. The group out front was the big group. Thousands and thousands of people. Nobody left. They just stood there watching because they saw that I was in trouble. Either I was in trouble or something was happening because I had a lot of blood on my hand. I checked out. I said, oh, gee, what's this? But no, they saw that. And when I went down, they saw that, and nobody left. It was like, the whole thing is like a big love fest, let's face it. It's a whole big love fest. It's amazing. We love you, man. We love you. We love you. We love you. That was a horrible thing. That was a rough thing. And say what you want, the Secret Service,
Well, and you know they're already spinning it. They're saying that that Kamala was never named border czar.
Right. I saw that today.
Which is somewhat true. Sort of. We'll get into that a little bit later.
ones on this day, on the dais, these guys right here, the tough cookies, they ran. Bullets were flying. Bullets were flying, and they were running right at me. And it was a rough, horrible, horrible time. And they said, sir, we have a stretcher for you. I said, you're not putting me, I'm not getting on a stretcher. They had a stretcher. I said, that's not going to look very good if I get carried out on a stretcher. Hello, everybody. Thank you, everybody. They said, I'm not getting, where are my shoes?
Probably would have been real bad.
Yeah.
They tackled me so damn hard. But it was a terrible thing in so many ways. And you know, we lost somebody who was fantastic. Corey, fantastic. His family is fantastic. And two other great people. These are great people. I got to know their families a little bit. And, you know, the public has really been generous to them, too. They opened up their hearts. I won't even tell you, the numbers are so incredible. But they opened up their hearts to the three of them. And these two were hurt very badly, but they're both now in pretty good shape. They'll soon be in very good shape. So, But I just looked down here at Front Row Joe's, and it just reminded me of that incident a week and a half ago, right? You were right there watching it. You saw it. And you guys, by the way, weren't moving either. I saw you. You didn't move. You were just, they were standing just like they're standing right now. They were standing. They're great. They're great. And sad, such a distressed, sick world. But, you know, it could be caused when they call you a threat to democracy. You never know what causes it. I'm a threat to them. They're a threat to democracy. They're a threat to our country, period. But that was some time we had. That was some rough time. But it was incredible. The people I got to know through that. I got to know some unbelievable and really brave people. But the next time they show that clip, which will be as soon as you get home, they'll show it about 30 times. They show it every day over and over. But watch the people behind. They always stampede. If a bullet goes off or something happens at a soccer stadium or a stadium, and we have more people than most of those stadiums would have,
Oh, yeah.
Everyone runs. Nobody ran.
That's right.
Stayed, and you have to look. The one guy, he just was so angry. He was looking. I gotta meet him. There's something about brave people that I love, right? People that love our country. He's out there. He's like up there. No, they're great. They're great people. And we had a great convention. We had a convention that broke all television ratings.
Yeah, it did.
How good was the Hulkster, right? Oh.
Yeah.
And Kid Rock called. He wanted to be a part. He was fantastic. But they were all fantastic. It was the greatest. It was just a flawless convention. It was great. And the television ratings were record-setting ratings. Record. You all read that.
Oh, here we go. All right. We're moving it back just a little bit, and we'll hit play and share this tab instead, and we'll bring it up here. So he's already started speaking.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary
Closed
American
captions are on.
Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt
Was he
inspired us
rambling
to
about now?
reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union,
Most likely he
it's not
did.
about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point.
He's reading.
One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy?
No, I
In
don't
this
like
moment-
democracy.
We can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that?
Well, he's waiting out his turn,
Does character and public life still matter?
but I hope he.
I believe I know
Resides.
the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people, and I know this. We are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth.
Never did.
And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause cherish it so much. A cause of American democracy itself. Must unite to
Revolution.
protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation.
No.
You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
Oh, that's why
And
he's
that
doing it.
time and place is
Gotta
now.
have someone younger than me.
Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence. Our planet from climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. And I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities.
What is he rambling on?
What?
We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. But we came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record.
See you soon, MG.
Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation.
No, you're not.
We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials.
What is he off about? That has nothing to
Most
do.
significant climate law ever in the history of the world.
Jesus, man.
The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low.
He is
We're also
lost.
securing our
He is completely lost because he went from passing legislation about burn pits to talking about it was the biggest gun law reform that he made. What
What
in the hell
happened
is
today? What happened today?
Yeah, what in the hell is he rambling about though? He's just like skipped over a whole bunch of crap. Just like, oh, the big gun law, burn pits, and the biggest climate change moves. And dude.
border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office.
Yeah, because Texas had enough.
Yeah. And it had nothing to this right there had nothing to do with Biden, because they started flooding across as soon as they found out that Biden was going to be president. Because he said, come flood the borders. We will welcome you with open arms. That's what he said.
I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America.
Wait,
To be a
the
president
first
for
what
all
woman?
America.
Did he
He's
say
talking
black
about,
woman?
yeah.
She's not the first.
No, she's not. But see, they won't fact check him. That's the problem. They won't fact check him at all. It was my proud honor to nominate the first black woman to the Supreme Court. No, she's not the first, dummy. Because you had big animus against having Clarence Thomas in there, son. You basically didn't like the fact that he was married to a white woman. Maybe that's it.
That's what I've done.
No, you haven't.
I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world.
This is why you were losing.
That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
Hey, fools.
We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea.
She was?
We've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now.
I don't think that's right.
Just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I've made my views known. I would like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable.
In
She's
what?
been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country.
Okay. So keep this in mind, because I said, remember this here, because he's going to say, she was a partner in all of everything that I did. She was part of everything that I did. So if they come back and they say, well, Kamala didn't have anything to do with all of the bad problems or inflation, that was from Biden, this will be their spin. And he just debunked it right there, saying she's been a big part of all of this. She knows everything that's going on. She's in charge. She knows she is ready to step up because she was part of all of the crap that's gone wrong and everything that I've done with her. Okay, remember that, media.
Okay,
Now
I was
the choice
thinking
is up to
first
you.
female federal judge. So that's
Okay.
correct. So she is the first
Okay.
Supreme. She's the first Supreme.
Gotcha.
The American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office.
Which wall?
Well,
If you were in the Oval Office, sure, I'd believe that. But the problem is he's not in Oval Office.
But he just
That's-
told us he's at the Resolute desk.
No. He's sitting at a stage. He's on a stage. I don't think he's ever set foot inside that office.
Oh, come on now.
alongside the bust of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez.
Yeah.
When
this
Ben
guy's
Franklin was asked,
horrible.
as he emerged from
Rosa Parks and Ben Franklin are decades apart.
the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or a republic, Franklin's response was a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our
And that right there is why we are not a democracy. We are a republic. Remember this always. We are a republic. We are not a democracy. Anybody that tells you we're a democracy, then they want mob rule. They want to be able to tell you what to do. I stand by those words. Anytime I hear someone
I
saying,
love all the conspiracies in here. I'll dig into it.
yeah, the light is too bright, DC, at 8:15 p.m. Right. And you'll
The
notice
trees
it won't
aren't-
get
the
any
trees aren't
darker.
moving. Yeah.
Then you notice it won't get any darker, right? Like the light has not changed. Now, if it truly was, we can go back here. You see how dark it is? See how dark it is? The light hasn't changed at all. No change in light.
my fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50
Yeah.
years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk.
If
in
you
the
were
Oval
there, I'd
Office
believe it.
as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America.
Is we can
We're a
make it
nation
look
of
like we're
promise
somewhere
and
we're not.
possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans.
What have you
doing
ever done,
extraordinary
Biden?
things.
What have you ever done?
I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you.
The sign language
Great
chick
thing
is
about
just
America
cracking me up.
is here.
Yes.
Kings and dictators do not rule.
It's making me laugh.
People
stupid.
History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. You just have to keep faith, keep the faith. And remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's simply
Keep kids
nothing-
away from Paul's
nothing
Biden.
beyond
That's
our
right.
capacity. And we do it together. So let's act together. Preserve our democracy. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
That's it. That was him saying that he wasn't going to run.
Okay.
That was all that he had. And as he talks about not wanting to have the violence, well, that didn't work out well. You know, no political violence, right? That's what he said. He abhors the political violence.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah,
She looks happy.
Yeah, she is always very happy. You know, because she's got a job. She's got a job to do. You know, her job is glorious. Yeah, that was all he really had.
Well, what else was
That
he
is-
going to say?
True. What else was he going to say?
I mean, he could barely make it through that.
I'm out. I'm done.
It was better than I
Because-
thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually did better than anybody expected, I'm sure. So we got this one here, and
A secretary. Javier, welcome. Thanks for being willing to do this. And, I really appreciate it. And
I don't know why they made it so
also
small.
today, I said when we became a team and got elected that the vice president's going to be the last person in the room. She didn't realize that means she gets every assignment. But the vice president and I and all of us here have been working very hard to pass the legislation that
What's up,
that
fools?
is going to beat this virus as well as get people back to work and change their prospects. And so she's traveling all over the country working that. In addition to that, there's about 5 other major things she's handling, but I've asked her, the VP today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and the countries that help we're going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks stemming the migration to our southern border. And, you know, back when I was vice president, I got a similar assignment, but one of the things we did was we made sure that we got a bipartisan agreement with Democrats and Republicans to provide over $700 million to the countries in the Northern Triangle to determine the best way to keep people from coming is keep them from wanting to leave.
What?
And the reason why so many people were leaving, we learned, was that not only gang violence and trafficking cartels, but natural disasters, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes. And,
Yeah, that's what brought them.
and so it's
Not
not
you
like someone
inviting
sits
them.
around a hand union table somewhere in Guatemala and says, I got a great idea, let's sell everything we have, give the money to a coyote, have them take our kids or us to the border of America, take us across, leave us in the desert, we don't speak the language. Won't that be fun? One of the ways we learned is that if you deal with the problems in country, it benefits everyone. It benefits.
Oops. I was, damn it, I hit the wrong damn key. I meant to show something here. I was going to show you his face mask. It is a very special face mask. And I just wanted to share it with everybody so you know that, you know, he's very, very into that face mask. You ready? All right. Here's his face mask.
It's terrible. That's terrible.
It is terrible, but, you know, it's not my face mask. I don't wear those damn things.
Is that why he was mumbling?
That's why he's always mumbling. You know, it's hard
Actually,
to talk
that was
past
very,
it.
when you think about it, that was very coherent. I could understand him perfectly,
Yes.
even with the mask on.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the last administration eliminated that funding, did not engage in it, did not use it, even though there was over $700 million to help get this done. We're
Totally
reinstituting
abinky.
that program. And there are, as I said, there are many factors as to why people leave in the first place. But this is the source of one of the reasons why we've had such a, before we took office, in the midst of the last administration's somewhat draconian policies of separating children from their parents, et cetera, what happened was that we found that there were serious spike in the number of people heading to the southern border, even in the midst of that.
Because
And
you told him to come.
As Alejandro can tell you, is that was because there were serious natural disasters that occurred in those countries.
No, that is
They were
not
coming
true.
north, and we did nothing to do much about it. So
No.
this new surge we're dealing with now started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. And so this increase has been consequential, but the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that have her meeting, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders, We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also
This is
deal with
his.
it now in
This is
terms
his
of
part where he's going to mention her being a border
and I
czar.
can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California.
Check your Twitter,
And has,
fools.
done a great deal of upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me. She knows what she's doing.
There you
I
go.
hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling, but there's no one better capable of it.
She's
Thank
smiling,
you.
huh? How can you
Thank
tell?
you, Mr. President, and for having the confidence in me. And there's no question that it's a challenging situation. As the President has said, there are many factors that lead President to leave these countries. And while we are clear that people should not come to the border now, we also understand that we will enforce the law, and that we also,
They did not.
we can chew them and walk at the same time, must address the root causes that cause people to make the trek, as the President has described, to come here.
Because you
And
said to.
I look forward to engaging in diplomacy with government, with private sector, with civil society, and the leaders of each in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras.
Has
To
nothing to
strengthen
do with our
democracy
border.
and the rule of law, and ensure shared prosperity in the region. We will collaborate with Mexico and other countries throughout the Western Hemisphere.
Yet they didn't.
And as part of this effort, we expect that we will have collaborative relationships to accomplish the goals the President has and that we share. I also look forward to working with members of the Congress who I think share our perspective on the need to address root causes for the migration that we've been seeing. And
You invited them.
needless to say, the work will not be easy, but it is important
Or never
work.
get done.
It is work that we demand, and the people of our countries, I believe, need to help stem the tide that we have seen. So thank you, Mr. President, for your confidence.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you for willing to do it. Now we're going to get down to business here, and Ron, who am I turning this over to?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think it's time for the press, our friends in the press to leave now. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, this is whenever they chase the press out. Yeah, they, like I said, he never actually named her border czar, but they never disputed it whenever she became border czar.
Right.
It was one of those where, yeah, I'm just not going to say anything about it. If I don't say anything, I don't acknowledge it whenever shit falls apart, which it did. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. So yeah, that was our border czar. Yeah, did you see any of Netanyahu's talk to the?
I have not caught up. I was watching the the FBI hearing today, the director.
What did you think of that?
Well, at least he actually shared some information. It was better than what's her face, Cheeto.
Yes. Yeah. True. So I do believe that I have his speech with where he addresses Congress. It is this is it right here. Give me just a second. I'll bring it up. Oh no, damn it. That's not what I wanted to do. I'll remove that for a second and share this tab instead. There we go. So here's his full speech. And all you have to do is look and see who's really, really focusing in on listening to what he has to say. And you can see that this is a house divided. These people here are not wanting to engage. They're not mentioning anything. They're not clapping. They have nothing to say. And there's very few of them. Now over here on this side, it looks like they have twice the amount of people there to hear him speak and to welcome him. Because people forget they are an ally. Ukraine is not our ally. We have not signed any allegiances to help them in anything.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
Dems a little slow to stand up, aren't they?
Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win.
All my shirts are on.
Yes. It's her thing.
Just have really narrow shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the
JD,
sky.
good to see you.
Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival.
Yep.
Thank you.
And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza,
If you want to see something disturbing, and I'm not saying that anybody should go see anything disturbing, but if you want to know what really set this off, just watch the video footage from that music festival where they came through and people were begging for their lives and they showed no mercy on them. If you want to see something disturbing and the mentality of these people during a celebratory time, as they walked through, they would find somebody that was still breathing and they would end them. And they walked through the crowd of people that they had just opened fire upon. And they eliminated anybody that was still alive and breathing. If you want to know what set this all off, it's things like that. They showed no remorse. And whenever he talks about barbarism, this is what the Free Palestine movement is about. They are not showing any mercy towards these people. They want to, as they said, they want to make the sea flow red from their bodies. They do not have any care. It is about death and destruction. And if you think it stops there, it doesn't. So anytime I see somebody supporting this, where they show up in D.C., burn some flags, okay, you're burning a flag. If I could save it, I would, but you know what? It's not worth losing my life over, because it is just a symbol. I won't lose my life over a symbol. But yes, the amount of violence that was perpetrated that day during a celebration, it still hasn't been answered for. They glorify it. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Yamaha. Absolutely.
Suddenly, heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans.
Yes, they did.
Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations.
Yeah, whenever you hear these Democrats talk about free Palestine, that's what they're wanting to free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Puddle Town. Yeah, it is a symbol, and if you don't like the country, leave. I guarantee those people that are sitting there talking about free Palestine, they're welcome to take all of their money, all of their income, sell their houses, sell their cars, whatever they want to, and go over there to Palestine. Tell me how long you last. If you want to throw your support behind it, go throw your support behind it 100%. If you hate our country that much, if you hate the nation of Israel that much, then go. Go. Don't come back. Every time I hear someone talking about it, I'm just like, go. What's stopping you? I tell you what's stopping them. It's easy to protest it, but to actually stand up for it and make a stand against it and really make a stand, just getting arrested is no big deal. But why don't you go over there and find out how they really feel about you whenever you're preaching the kind of hedonism that you preach.
Right.
See how long you last. You think it's fun and it's a joke and it's, oh yeah, but you know, I'm doing this because Israel's bad and horrible. I don't care. If you want to support these people, go support them. We're an ally with Israel. We're not an ally with this thing called Palestine. And that right there is probably one of the most disturbing things in all of this is these people won't step up.
One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish-American Zionist.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. How do you think that's going to float?
Really?
Yes. What do you think is going to happen?
Wow.
What do you think is going to happen? What do you think people are going to do now that he said that?
Do you think they watched? Do you think they care? I mean,
I don't think they care.
yeah.
I don't think they cared. That's the thing.
My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people.
Is Elon Musk in the gallery? No.
Yeah, he's in there.
Is he?
He's there, yeah.
All right.
You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Hamel, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society.
He is speaking English.
Every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain, because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murder the families, the parents. They find the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves.
There you go.
They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
There you go. Call them out. There you go.
They can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
They can't hear it. Like, they're so brainwashed.
Yes. But it also goes to every single one of these assholes in Congress. It's sitting right there. This goes to Kamala or Camel Toe or whatever the hell her name is. Harris. It goes to her that couldn't show up because she had a long distance trip. That's why she wasn't there. He's calling it out as he should be. And all of these Democrats are sitting there in Congress. You notice the camera doesn't show them because they are the ones that agree with these protesters.
Bizarro world.
Yeah. We're talking about Tlaib. We're talking about what's the other girl's name? I forget what her name is. Part of the squad. The squad disagrees with them. These are the same people that in a couple of days they'll be calling, them Zionist pigs, and why aren't they supporting? Why haven't they come to peace talks? You can't have peace with somebody that wants to kill you and destroy you and wipe everything about you off the planet. You cannot have peace like that.
Well, I'm going to have to scoot here.
All right, sweetheart.
But thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you.
Oh yes, Roxanne, it is AOC. Yes, I think I choose like try not to say her name out loud.
Ankle biter.
I also don't, any of the K names. I don't say their names out loud either for fear that they will appear.
Oh God. Yeah, you say them 3 times, and thank you so much for coming by. And I'm glad that
Sure.
that you got to spend a little bit of time hanging out over here.
Yeah, we'll do it again soon.
So, what do you have coming up?
Well, I'm doing it's called collecting the dots instead of connecting the dots. Just kind of taking some of the theories behind July 13 and kind of putting them together with some other researchers from that I know from the JFK research. So it's kind of fun, like, because there's some parallels, which it's easy. They're easy to draw the connections, but I always try to go in that it's not a conspiracy.
That is the best way to do it. Really is. That is the best way to do it.
It's really hard when they're just making it so hard.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I don't until I see something that's irrefutable. Like here's the thing. I could say that yes, he got shot in the air. Yes, it was somebody that was somewhere else. How it happened, why they got there, who did what, if there was a second shooter, a third shooter, 20 shooters, doesn't matter. What I saw was that former president, got his ear popped off, or a good portion, just a little chunk of it got popped off, and got back up and said, you know what, this is not going to keep me down, and I'm going to continue on. That's what I saw.
No,
and
that was fantastic.
And that's good enough for me. It's like, who was behind it doesn't matter.
Well, it may matter. I mean, if you find direct connections, but
yeah.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. There's just so much out there, and it's wild, and so it's kind of hard to pull yourself back out and say, okay, these are just the dots. I mean, because I've got 60 years of JFK that we can reference, and we still don't have the answers on that. And
correct.
Well, I'm of the frame of mind that if you heard the answers, would you believe it?
True. That's the biggest part of it.
Right. And I think we're probably going to end up with the same thing here. There's some differences with Reagan. It wasn't considered a conspiracy. It was, a crazy person, literally. Yeah. Was this kid crazy, or was he,
was he working for somebody? Was he doing this as a lone person? Was he paid by one side or the other?
Was he convinced to do it? I mean, like, there's no money that anybody has found, so it wasn't like somebody paid him to do it. Was he a patsy? Was somebody else behind it? Did they just kind of find somebody to lay it on? I mean, it seems weird to me, like that would happen. I'd like to believe that it's just a massive screw up.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is a massive screw up. I think the security got lax. That's how I believe that all of this happened.
That's how everything goes bad. We get lazy. We get lazy, and we don't do what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, because Secret Service, they were already in Baltimore or Milwaukee at the convention for the DNC convention. They were already there. They were already doing a site visit to make sure they had everything covered. They pretty much left it in charge with a bunch of lackeys going, and more than likely thinking, who in the hell is going to go after Donald Trump? That just would make no sense. I mean, he is.
Well, because this is the third attempt that we know of on Trump, and I'd like to really find, nobody's asking the hard questions. How many attempts have there been that we don't know about? Because I think we could draw some connections there that if we really knew all the attempts, like, is there an organization that's doing this, or is it just people just really hate him that much?
Or is it just that people, there is that possibility that people do hate him that much. Me personally, I don't care. Like if someone told me that Joe Biden was going to be driving down my street, I'd be like, okay, how does that matter to me?
Is he going to screw up traffic?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to screw up traffic in my neighborhood, but I don't care. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, It's like that's just me. I mean, I will talk about things that matter to me, but I don't get the idol worship. I just don't get it.
No, no, I don't. I
Like,
don't either. I don't
you
either.
know, I mean, I understand. There's a lot of people that they have a great time. They like going to Biden rallies. I don't even like going to freaking concerts, but that's me. I'm just like, I don't care. You know, I've been to shit. I mean, thousands of concerts because I used to work them. You know, I
Yeah.
worked Lollapalooza. I've worked, concerts for country music festivals. I've done all different kinds of venues. It's really cool meeting different musicians and stuff like that. But I've never been just like, oh, you're the greatest thing ever.
Oh, I love a good festival.
Yeah, I mean, I got to meet Debbie Harry and talk with her for a bit.
Oh, that'd be
she,
fun.
She was really cool. But I just don't get into the whole idol worship where everybody's just like, oh my gosh, it's so and so, and they have some sort of reaction of either it be distaste or liking. I just don't get that. It's like they're just another human being, just like I am, and I try to give all of those people the same kind of. You'd run out to flip them off. I love it. No, I wouldn't even do that because he I just don't care enough. That, I guess that's what it is. Like, how does me doing that do anything for them? But I don't know.
Well, they don't care about me. So,
Yeah.
But I guess because I've dealt with the conspiracy of an assassination attempt, and this is very much a weird JFK 2.0. You've
Sure.
got one president stripped of his power, the vice president being put in. You've got another person being I mean, there's little tweaks and differences, but there's a lot of stuff that connects as well. So I just like to talk to people and discuss and kind of try to debunk as much of the lunacy as possible.
And that is a hard thing to do because it's the same, the flat earthers. You're never going to convince a flat earther that the earth is round. And you're never going to convince someone that believes the earth is round that the earth is flat. It's just a conviction that person's going to have, and no matter what you show them, they're going to argue with you on it. So there's some people that it will never convince.
Yeah. Well, it's not our job.
Nope.
Show them the facts. Show them the facts. Let people decide, right?
Exactly. Well, you have a wonderful one, and it's so good seeing you.
It's good to see you too. So
Shiz
I'll
is a
in
globe
touch.
dog.
See you on the
Yes.
tube.
Yes. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Say goodbye to Rosalind, y'all. I'll remove her so she doesn't have to worry about it. There we go. I know she'll leave here shortly. Shiz is a globetrot. Yeah, damn it. I spin that damn globe proudly. You son of a buck. Yeah. So let's get back into a little bit more of this Netanyahu, because I'm only not even halfway through it. Good to see you, Jen.
Some of these protesters, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Damn.
These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography,
this is real.
They get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled?
They don't.
For nearly 4,000 years, The land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home.
It's no lies.
It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context.
Yes. He will.
Well, let me
he
give
did
these
earlier.
befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plagues to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state.
You can do that. That's okay.
Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world.
True.
My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception.
No lies. And I will say, all these people that are protesting this, that are coming out and talking about Palestine and saying the things that they're saying, this is how a certain German came into power, because it was the same kind of things that were being said about Israel, about the Jews in Germany, that they were stealing, that they would take your soul. These are the things that were being said. They're just using a different trope now. And this is just another rise of the same issues that was happening back in the 30s. See, people think that it was World War II that fired off the genocide against the Jewish nation. No, that was just a piece of it. You have to think of years before that. There was a build-up to it. It didn't happen overnight, and this is the kind of build-up that you're seeing currently in the United States. And it's dangerous, and it should be stopped even before the crazy little corporal. But yep, this is the way that the damage happens, and this is what Netanyahu is speaking about. He's saying, guys, this is rising up. I mean, the thing is, you don't have to support the nation Israel, but you also don't have to go on the attack. Oh, sweetheart, I haven't trusted the media in close to 30 years now. That long before all of that. Yes, the idiots are surrounding his hotel now and screaming like lunatics. It gets worse. It gets much worse.
And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point.
Yes.
The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication.
Yep.
Israel is an...
Well, and the reason that I reference AP a lot, and I'll explain this, is because AP usually has enough reporters going around that they're all over the place, and it's easy to tell the lies that they're telling. If you look, anything that CNN, NBC, ABC, they're usually pulling together with AP. AP is where you're going to get most of that news from. So that's where I get a lot of that stuff. It doesn't mean that they're good reporters. It just means that they have a lot of people that go to the various locations. They have people that are specialized that can actually speak, Hebrew, that can, speak Swahili, and they have reporters everywhere. AP is by far one of the largest, so that's why I reference AP quite a bit. I don't know if I'm rational. I try to be, but I'm not. I don't know about rational. It's hard to believe anything. I just try to break it down and have some fun with it. It breaks my heart that these people have little kids out here, and this is living in Georgia. Okay, I worked at an auto shop whenever I first got here. That one of the mechanics, asked me to join his little group, and his little group just happened to, shave their heads bald and wear Doc Martens, if that gives you any idea. But this was someone that's a hardcore believer. He isn't part of the gang or the little cluster. And I happily denied that. He was just like, oh, what, you like the blah, blah, blah? And I was like, no. I'm not getting into an argument with you on this kind of stuff because I don't agree with your philosophy. You can believe whatever you want to, but don't expect me to join in on your shit. And he was like, I got respect from him for that, because I didn't sit there and tell him, that I'm going to kick your ass over it or threaten him. Just like I don't agree with your philosophy. You do your philosophy, I'll do mine, but I don't believe what you believe. And his thought was, well, it's because you're white and you should believe the same way I do. And I told him, no, I don't have to. I mean, you're welcome to whatever you want to believe. I don't believe it, and thanks, but no thanks. I don't buy into the cult mentality of, because someone says that you have to believe a certain way, that you should. To me, I've never been a really, really good follower. My high school days will attest to that. I was not a very good follower. About the only time that I learned to follow was whenever I went in the military. And that was difficult because I was always the outcast, and it wasn't big. And the outcast portion wasn't something that I looked to embrace. It was just I didn't want to be. I don't like following the herd. That's always been me. I do look to the herd to see where the dangers might be, but I don't get in there. I just don't enjoy it. Your grandpa Bruce saw that when he was a child in Germany, came back stateside as a preteen. He fought against brown shirts in the Navy. Him and his mom were watched closely before and after the government agency. Tell you an interesting story. So you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait until this is over. I'll tell you an interesting story about my stepbrother. It's pretty cool. I think you guys will like it.
Enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food.
Yes.
And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it.
Yep. Nothing truer right there.
So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day and, as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen.
That's right. So what is it? You feel comfortable asking this here? No, we don't take offense here. But is this speech why they didn't want to meet with him? No. This right here happened today. The reason they don't want to meet with him is they feel that he is beneath them. Yes.
The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth, and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's cons job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires.
And again, you notice that they're not looking over there at the Democrats. They're not showing the hard left Democrats that support going against Israel. And see, Netanyahu he is speaking for his country. He's not coming here asking for, begging for money in the millions of dollars. He just wants to know that he has the support of America, because right now they're isolated. If you want to, if you want to see something interesting, if you want to study some really interesting history, just go back and look at the 7-Day War. Okay? Just go back and look at the 7-Day War, where all the nations surrounding Israel attacked Israel, and Israel fought them all off on multiple fronts. Israel at that point could have moved to take their countries. What did Israel do? So we're done. We don't have any problem with you. Leave us alone. A big difference of where it is. Oh, you see, you gotta understand, Jen. You're always welcome here. This place right here that we hang out in, this YouTube channel, it is a interesting place. We try not to go on the attack of people, but point out the silliness. I don't know. I'm probably the silliest one out there. Politics makes you angry sometimes, and it should. Politics should make you angry, especially whenever you know what is true and what is not. And that's, I think, the hardest time that people are having with the news today is you have to listen to the spin that they're putting on it, the lies that they add to it, the language that they use, where they go from talking about illegal aliens to migrants that are in the United States illegally. And then they'll dumb that down to where they just say migrants. And they'll dumb that down even more to say, well, humans that just happen to have migrated here to the country. It's all about making you dumber to what's happening in this country. And you have to be able to stop it and call them out and see what their lies are. Even if it costs you your entire channel, which it will eventually, I'm sure. They don't have a whole lot of love for me. Boundaries are key. Oh, shit, I don't have a whole lot of boundaries because I'm a maniac.
That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare.
True.
And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah?
They're totally sweet T-shots.
He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident.
I like getting
where
the
shrapnel
ladies
from a
excited.
bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it.
That I don't know if it's true, but yeah, look. Right there. Look. That tells you a lot. That tells you a whole lot. Whenever you look over here and you see this little group of people not standing, it is because they're just, Oh, he's lying. I know he's lying. She says whiskey shots are sweet tea. Yeah, they're totally sweet tea. I got a whole couple of bottles of sweet tea. I keep it just for these occasions. The Department of EDU, we're starting slowly to groom certain ideals and teach groups to think in grad schools, starting in the late 70s, but ramped it up in the 90s. Then in 2010, it became more knowledge. Department of Education, yeah. No, our government is not much better. You need to know the exact bottle? Which one? It depends on what the night is. It could be a Wednesday or Thursday. Who has the right to set so-called boundaries? We are all born with a knowledge of right and wrong. It is what you are taught as you grow. Then you make a choice what road you will travel. That's pretty straightforward right there. Very thoughtful. Who has the right to set so-called boundaries? You set so-called boundaries on yourself. It is where patriotism, for one, comes from. Is you have a line that people will not cross. My line is pretty straightforward, dealing with people individually. If someone comes at me violently, they will be met with an increase of violence that would scare like probably anybody. I don't tolerate someone coming at me violently, but I don't go looking for it. I don't go on the attack of people. Like I said, if two people are arguing, I let them argue until someone else steps in, then I'll usually step in to make sure that it's a fair fight. I believe in fair fights. I don't know. That's just me. No, I have boundaries. Yes. And Yamaha is right. War is not pretty. It's not a game. Shit happens, but I'm not going to cry for the enemy. I agree with this pretty much and I know what you're saying. I don't cry for the enemy. I cry for the loss of intelligence. That I think that's what I fear most about it. Is I don't like to see people suffer. Even as a young child, I didn't like to see people suffer. It's one of those which if you had a horse that broke its leg while you're riding on it, would you be able to put it out of its misery, knowing that its life is ended, it's not useful anymore? Yes. And I say yes 1,000,000 times over. Would I be able to do that? Yes. But it's not like I would go out and just find a healthy horse and cause damage to it. So I understand what you're saying. I have high tolerance for idiots, believe it or not. I've set certain boundaries. I don't make it known to everybody, because they're pretty easy. Stay away from the kids. That's one of them. People start going after kids. I'm just like, yeah, your life is ended. If you go after women, your life is pretty much ended. I just don't like violence. I understand where you have to exert violence, and I will do it without thinking twice. But if you can avoid violence, then by all means. And I think anybody that's served in the military probably feels the same thing. It's just you don't want to have to use violence, but if there's no other means to get things to happen, it is sometimes violence is absolutely necessary. And not that I would call for it, but there's a time for everything. There was some song that was written about a Bible verse about that. There's a time and a season for everything. And sometimes you have to choose violence. and it never should be enjoyable. Because that would make you like a psychopath or some crap like that. Yeah, it's called chat for a reason.
These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it.
Cheers.
I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is
That's right.
next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself.
Absolutely, as they should. And this right here is why we're allies with Israel.
My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy.
Yes.
Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America."
That's right.
Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy.
Yes, it
It
did.
held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel.
That's right.
That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America.
Yes.
For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we
Yes,
fight the
it's
Houthis,
true.
we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from.
That's right.
We're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you.
No lies there, son. Yes, he does.
My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this. Our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight. And our victory will be your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, a day after the Hamas attack. It has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes.
Yeah. I'm sure he was.
Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing one person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, on all fronts, I know that America has our back. And I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle. Thank you.
Well, and that right there is a stiff statement, because there's a lot of people. Sorry, Netanyahu. There's a lot of people, in our Congress, in our Senate, that do not have your backs, and that right there is a failing. As I said, Israel is an ally. Ukraine is not an ally, because Ukraine is looking out for themselves. They do not give two damns about what happens in the United States, other than the United States gives them money. Mexico doesn't care what happens to the United States, other than Mexico gets money and funding from the United States. This is a very dangerous time that we live in. Happy tears. No one says like that to me. It is. Like I said, this is a dangerous time we live in. But it's by no means the end of the world. Because tomorrow you'll wake up, you'll do the same thing that you always do. You'll have your coffee, you'll have your tea, you'll have your biscuits and gravy, whatever it might be. You're going to wake up tomorrow, and nothing is going to have changed. I don't get stressed out over this kind of stuff, because it is just that. It's a lot of pomp. It is a lot of people puffing out their chests to speak out. Why is the U.S. funding wars, funding foreign wars? Because we've been funding foreign wars for decades. It is our way of, if you're an ally with the United States, then the United States should be supporting you. Why is the U.S. in Ukraine? Because it makes a lot of money for a lot of these politicians. A lot of these people, and it doesn't matter whether you look over here or you look over here. It doesn't matter whether you look here or here. All of these people are making money off of war. All of these people are making money off of our soldiers putting their lives at risk. Every damn one of them. Every damn one of them are making money off of the backs of people that will fight for their country, that will fight for what they believe is right. If you ask those 13 soldiers that were lost in Afghanistan, every single one of them would have told you that they're doing what they think is right. Every single one of them. If you ask them in their living days, if they had to do it all over again, would they do it knowing now what they know? They would more than likely say yes. If their sacrifice meant that one more person made it out of that war-torn country, they would have done it all over again. Doesn't mean that it was right. It just means that they had conviction. They had something that 90% of Americans don't have anymore, which is a solid conviction, a solid belief to stand up for what they see as right and what is wrong. You know, look, whenever you look at the news, whenever you see the news, whenever you see the horrible things that are happening, the atrocities that are happening towards people, towards children, towards adults, towards war, all of that, just remember that without any sort of foundation or principle, like core principle, you're nothing. It all goes away because you'll run, you'll cower, you'll be fearful of everything. Don't worry, be happy. Everything is gonna be all right, man.
My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help.
Damn right, Yamaha.
We also help keep American boots. We help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East. I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words: "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster.
That's right.
My dear friends, The war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask.
It's not.
It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization.
Well, if you think about what he's saying, how many Palestinians live in Israel? As compared to how many Palestinians live in Gaza, or Israelis live in Gaza? How many Israelis live in Iran? How many Israelis live in Saudi? How many Israelis live in any of those surrounding countries? It's an interesting question to ask.
Radicalization. Those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza.
That's right.
Now here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together.
Oh, Jen, I'll send you some good places. Meet up with me. I'll get you hooked up with some good
The
people.
new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike.
Now, if you don't know what the Abraham Accords are, and Jen, because you said you really want to learn and understand, lived in a very, very sheltered situation. I'll say sheltered for years, and because of that, you're a sheltered lady and need so much to learn. Okay, the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords is something that was brought about by Donald Trump. He sent his son-in-law to go work that out, Kushner. Kushner went and settled the Abraham Accords without calling out Biden on his shitty policies and the Democrats on his shitty policies. Right here, he's showing his support for Donald Trump. Right here, he is showing the support and the thoughtfulness that Donald Trump had to say, I may not agree with you in your religion. That's not my religion. But I agree with you that there should be peace in the Middle East. And that's where the Abraham Accords came from. Oh, trust me, he's not thanking Biden. He's thanking the American people for the support. He is asking for that support to continue. You're too high for this. That's awesome. No, he is thanking the American people for the support of Israel. And he's asking for it to continue. He's not asking for any special favors, just that the peace remains with the United States. That is what he is looking for. That is what he wants. He wants to keep that peace within Israel. He wants to know that the United States has his back. And with these protesters, these silly, foolish children, he doesn't feel that. Yes, this is how world leaders think, people. This really is how he does think, people. It's because if he comes out and he throws shade on Joe Biden, if Camel Toe ends up winning the election, he doesn't want it to backfire on him. So he is walking a very tight rope right now, a very tight rope in saying what he's saying. By him speaking about the Abraham Accords, he's walking a tight rope. He's letting Trump know, it's those what does the left like to call them? Dog whistles. It is one of those where he's saying, we appreciate your support on the left. We appreciate your support on the right. So whoever wins, we just don't want to be forgotten and left out to dry. That's all he's saying.
We could call, I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords.
See?
Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies.
No, democracies are political violence, just so you know. Yeah, exactly, Yamaha.
I also want to thank President Trump
Check your
for
Discord.
all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future.
As do I.
I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this.
That's exactly what it was.
No matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent. Israel will not bend. We will defend our land. We will defend our people. We will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty.
Oh,
it'd
be fire. I don't mind.
Victory of life over death. Victory of good over evil.
We got more.
That's our solemn
we got
commitment.
so much more tonight. We've got so much more. We could just stream it for hours. Hours upon hours. You're welcome to come by, Yamaha.
And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin,
yeah, now you're seeing people stand up. Yeah, this little group right here in the middle has finally stood up.
Through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say, thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure
I've done that too.
A brilliant
Don't
future
worry.
for both our nations.
Yes.
May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
Yeah, if the Democrats are standing for that, then shame on them. Because there is an alliance. But they do. That's the shameful part. And that right there resumes that right there explains so much of what's going on. But we have more. Oh, God, we have so much more for you folks. Oh, Lord Almighty. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. It gets worse because this right here is outside of. Thank you very much for. These are live. This is outside of where Netanyahu was staying. This is current. Yes, it was a very good speech, Roxanne. Hey, Wesley. It's very true. Feet pics? Yeah. Oh yeah, Jen has feet pics, but you're not allowed to see them anymore. So this is currently live. This is what this right here is what's happening outside of where Netanyahu is staying. Majority of these people have no idea what's at stake. They're just a group of uneducated fucks. I said it for you. I wish we had a president. My Michigan represents this. Shame. Fire. Maybe give them the Pale Stone Law. Go live there. Yes. You have to remember that these are uneducated, and just as somebody said, Watergate Hotel. Thank you, fools. Fools, you've got a link. Jump on in if you want to. Does it really matter? This is the mentality of these people, that they will stand out front of a hotel and protest. And if you really backed away and looked, you would see there's probably only about 50 or 60 people there. Because tomorrow morning, which is Friday, all these people have jobs. The people that are standing out here probably don't have any jobs. But they're going to go out there, they're going to protest, they're going to yell, they're going to scream, they're going to wear their little headdresses. These people here are no different than what you saw during January 6th. They'll cover their faces. They won't show their faces. Some of these people are standing there and protesting because they're there with their boyfriend or girlfriend that they think is just the bomb. There's going to be lots of lays that night. They did this at Canadian universities. Oh, yeah. No, these are the same people that showed up at University of California. They showed up at all of the universities, Michigan, every single other place like that, to show their solidarity because they're getting funding from Israel. They're going to call Israel a bunch of horrible names. This is what they do. They don't really believe what they say. 90% of these people are here because they want to film it. They want to be the first one to show this on their TikTok channel. Is this Comic-Con? It is. It absolutely is. No, Volstorm. You've got a link, brother. This right here is what they are doing. They're protesting Netanyahu for being here in the United States. This is their cult. This is their new religion. They're a bunch of followers that don't even know what they're talking about. They have this idea that if they get up there and they yell and they scream and they chant all these anti-Semitic things, that they're going to get their way. And this right here scares the Democrats. You want to protest the protesters, but see, Volstorm, there's no point. That's all they want. They want that. They want that interaction. If you ignore them, they tend to peter out. They have this idea that people are really paying attention to them. And all we're doing is we're showing their stupidity. This is their goal. This right here is, they actually stepped out of mommy's basement. And 90% of these people that are chanting stuff have no idea what they're saying. They're just there. It's like, oh, it's a street party. It's a street party. I'm so happy. But I do have a good one for you that's gonna make you laugh. Maybe. So we're gonna bring this thing up here real shortly. This one's gonna make you laugh. So give me just a second and.
Have a seat. Good afternoon. I was just saying to your most glorious president, Stacey N.C.
It sounds like an empty building.
Grant, she and I talked about this visit months ago, sitting together having a meeting in the Oval Office. And we were she invited me then to attend today, and I just want to,
yes.
if I can, I just want to thank you.
How many do you think are illegals?
Who are here.
Yes, camel toe.
She has provided years of support and friendship, and she always, like everyone here knows, she always shows up, and I'm so, so deeply grateful. Thank you. And to everyone here, it is so good to be with you. To the former presidents who are in attendance, to
it sounds like she is speaking in an empty can. I joke not. It sounds, oh, why that nickel name? Because she is a camel toe. You have to remember that she has the possibility of being your next president. If you live in the United States, this person right here has the possibility of being your next president. That right there should put a little fear into you.
To the International Board of Directors and to all of the fine members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
It's all about her sorority.
It is my great, great honor to be with you today. And I
Scamala.
And
Scamalot.
also, on Air Force 2 joining me is Congresswoman Sydney Dove. And I know here is also our dearest Mrs. Opal Lee, the grandmother of Juneteenth. And to all of the distinguished ladies.
It sounds like she's talking to an empty room.
And I will begin by saying a few words about our President Joe Biden.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So tonight, our president will address the nation about his decision to step down as a candidate, and he will talk about not only the work, the extraordinary work that he has accomplished, but about his work in the next 6 months. And so before
So here's something to pay really close attention to, because what she's saying is very important. You may not be noticing it right now, but pay very close attention, because this is going to be their agenda for the next 6 months. Pay very close attention. I know she's annoying as hell to listen to, but for the next 6 months, this is what their goal is going to be. And I can pretty much point out a good portion of it. One, they're going to stack the Supreme Court. They're going to try to put more justices into the Supreme Court. Okay? That right there is one of the most important things that they're trying to do. They want to get more justices in the Supreme Court so that way they can stack it. That way they can get more Republican judge or more Democrat judges in there. But what they don't realize is that is going to backfire on them. But this is trying to get people to think that they're doing something. Just listen to close all of her little agenda pieces that they're talking about that they're going to be working on for the next 6 months. This is very important for you to be paying attention to, because this not only affects United States citizens, this affects people on the world stage. This is going to affect people that are living in other countries. This is going to affect Canada. It's going to affect Mexico. It's going to affect Ukraine. It's going to affect Russia, China, Taiwan, all of these countries that have nothing to do with the United States. The policies that they're getting ready to enact over the next 6 months are going to affect every single one of you in a drastic way. Pay very close attention to what she has to say.
before he does, and while I'm here with you, I want to just share with you a little bit about him based on what I know, based on personal experience. Joe Biden is a leader with bold vision. He cares about the future. He thinks about the future.
That man
He
can't
has
think of his way out of a
extraordinary
toilet bag.
determination and profound compassion for the people of our country. And I say that because I know that we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation. And to the sisters of
They'll
Zeta
try.
Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, I thank you for your incredible service to our nation.
All
as
10
well.
of them.
You know, I know who we all are. I know who is here. And I know, therefore, that we share a vision for the future of our nation. A future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. A future of social justice, health justice, economic justice, just as you have laid out in this year's theme. Ours is a vision of a future in which we realize the promise of America. And I deeply believe in the promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice. Not for some, but for all. And for generations, the finer women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated have fought to build that brighter future. During the Civil Rights Movement, you marched for voting rights, economic justice, and an end to segregation. For more than 50 years, you have worked with the March of Dimes to live.
Sweetheart, your party is all about segregation. It has been. This is what diversity, equity, inclusion is about. It is about segregation. It is about changing people from being one to the other. You have created division amongst the American people. You want to segregate people into these little groups. You want to have gays, you want to have your women groups, you want to have your black groups, you want to have your Hispanic groups. You've segregated all of these people with all of the policies that you've been making over the past 3.5, 4, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, longer than I've been around. Years you've been trying to segregate people, and this is what you want to do. And speaking of segregation, there's only one segregation that I want to see right now, and that is this.
That shit was close, dude. Hunter, what's going on right now? Getting shot at by single shot Freddy. Who's that? I have a feeling he's a blind Afghan man somewhere between the ages of 60 and 75 years old. And he likes to scare the shit out of us with these single shots that he takes. We've been getting real close, so we're all hiding right now. How come you think he's blind? Well, because he hasn't hit anything yet.
What is up, brother?
What's going on, everybody?
Good to see you, man.
I was going to rant and rave about the useful idiots out there, but now we're on to this thing.
Useful idiot. Yes, she is a useful idiot. I guarantee you. I was saying that be very wary of what she's saying. No, she hasn't gotten to her point yet, because it'll take her a while to get to it, because she knows that it's going to be clipped forever.
Yeah.
And this is their plan. She is laying out the plan that Democrats have over the next 6 months to work on.
Yeah.
Why, Shizzy, you froze?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I always freeze. This is important shit.
Yeah, no, I caught that part that you had said before I got on there in regards to the segregation part. That's exactly what it was. It's what it's always been. They've always been that part. That is what directly led up to, the Civil War. I mean, the guns of the Revolutionary War were barely even silent before the rumblings of segregation and separation and states' rights and all that shit, championed by the Democrats. That's why we are a constitutional republic.
Yes.
Because there's a huge difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy. And the Founding Fathers saw that, and they knew that. And that's why they set it up. They knew Democrats are dangerous. Democrats are the same goddamn party that put in the fucking Jim Crow and the whole fucking 9 yards.
Yes.
The very same shit that they've been whining and bitching about, and the very same shit that they're turning around and trying to do again, only in reverse. The exact same shit.
Speaking it. This is why I wanted Yamaha on, because he is not going to hold any bars back. He is going to give it to you like he sees it. Which is
part of the reason why I got away from this shit. It just fucking gets me amped up. People are so especially in this country.
Yes.
We have a problem. We have a short-term memory problem and a long-term memory problem, to be quite honest.
Yes.
Because they're lying. They're bullshitting their way through. They're trying to change the history. They're trying to change things around. And they're not telling it the way that it is in hopes that people will forget about it.
Yes.
And then they can write it their own goddamn way. They don't study and learn from history. And this is the shit that leads into that.
Yes.
Netanyahu said so many damn things. I don't even know what else I can comment on that. But he is absolutely right about what the idiots out there do. They are useful fucking idiots. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And these are the very same people, the very same women, the very same minority groups, the gays, that would be killed.
Yes.
They would be burned alive. They would be hanged. The whole 9 yards. And they're supporting these cocksuckers.
Yes, they would be learning to fly from buildings.
Yes.
Because this is the mentality of that country is they do not tolerate homosexuality. They do not tolerate anybody that disagrees with their way of life. All you women they're talking about women's rights, oh no. No, you know what a woman's right is? That you are a useful tool, that you are to take the spunk, regardless of whether you want it or not, from as many men as feel like giving it to you. And if you don't take it and you talk about it, they will stone you to death.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, oh no, we're all wonderful. Diva.
No.
You've got a link, Diva. You know how to get in here. Yes, Yamaha is
hi, everybody.
preaching.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say hi to everybody. Jen, Diva, Zach, Ballstorm.
and you have to, and I'll say
Go to
this,
Heidi.
I'll say this right here for all you fine folks out here. This is a weekday podcast. This is what we do during our weekdays, and whenever we're here on Sundays, our Sundays are a break away from all of this bullshit, where we have fun and we enjoy each other. If you want to hear how we really feel, this is the time that we do it, where we speak our mind and we don't hold too many bars back. Yeah. And I'll let's see, how many bad words can I say in the next 15 minutes?
I know. Well,
get me banned?
yeah,
but I know
it's not
I know
a conscious thought. It just
it
just pops out. I have a problem with my filter. I don't have to be professional. I'm not in any type of uniform anymore. I don't have to be professional anymore, if you will, on that level. I'm not running for office. I don't give a shit. So this is why I invited you on, because I know that you're not going to hold back, that you're going to say exactly what you're thinking and what you're feeling, and this is the things that people need to hear. And YouTube, you can go suck off. I don't care, because what you're going to tell me that I did something wrong and bad, and then I'll just demonetize it. Well, actually, my channel right now, this is demonetized. I don't have a single ad running during this. Well, here's the thing. I don't have a single ad running right now. I have no ads. If you guys have been watching this, you've seen that there has not been a single ad popping up for you. And there's a reason why I've done that, is because I think that you guys need to be able to get this like unfiltered. And if YouTube is saying, "Oh, you're going to hurt the ad revenue," well, go fuck yourself, YouTube, because I'm not asking for ad revenue. What I want is people to be able to hear the truth of this. And if it means that I'm not going to get some fucking ad revenue, well, go blow me, because I guarantee you your ad revenue does not pay my fucking bills. You know what pays my bills? The days whenever I get off of YouTube after I end my stream and I actually do work. Like this right here is just me fucking off. Right.
Like, same way.
Well, and that's part of why they roll some of the shit out that they do, because YouTube has become very reliant or comfortable on the fact that so many people are on their platform, and this is all they have. This is all they do. So they dangle that. We've talked about this before. They dangle that golden carrot in front of them. Oh, hey, if you say this or you say that or you act this way or that way, we're going to snatch that golden carrot away from you.
Okay.
And that's what they're reliant on.
Well, and you know what? That golden carrot doesn't pay my bills.
Right. But for a lot of people, it does.
Well, for a lot of people, it does, and kudos to them. Kudos to them that they can maintain decorum, because I've lost my sense of decorum after all this bullshit.
Well,
let's hear what Scamola has to say. Oh, jeez.
Lift up the urgent issue of maternal health.
Oh, like ripping babies out of a womb.
You inaugurated Zeta Days, and I will tell you,
Hi,
when I was a United States Senator, I would see this group of powerful leaders walking through the halls of Congress in white and blue. And I always knew I was looking at some of the most powerful advocates for justice in America. Truly. And of course, your leadership continued in 2020, when during the height of a pandemic, you helped elect Joe Biden President of the United States, and me as the first woman Vice President of the United States. And I thank you. And now, in this moment, our nation needs your leadership once again.
Now, why does it sound like there's only like 50 or 60 people there?
Because it's so empty, it's echoing, and there's probably actually only 20.
Yeah, I mean it sounds. It's just because
I threw up in my mouth a little.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it's acceptable here. No, I mean it literally sounds like there's hardly anybody in this place. I mean, if you compare that to the amount of, and of course they're not going to pan out and show how many people are actually in that crowd. because nobody really cares about Skankhola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this moment, I believe we face a choice between two different.
Oh, thank you, Zach. Well, you know what, Zach, we'll give you a little bit of something.
Yeah. Thanks, Zach. Yeah, you're gonna have to help him out.
Yeah, we'll have to give him something because this is how I feel on most days. That's how I feel on most days. So thank you for that, Zach. You're awesome, brother. You're awesome.
Well, that's why, I mean, guys like you and other people that do it too, the other men and women that do this stuff, I had to step after the first election was over with and all that. I was just like, I'm done with the politics shit, because that's exactly what I was doing. And I was just, I just want to have fun. And so that's one of the reasons why I love our Sunday nights so much.
Yes.
And part of the reason why I really don't do panels, number one, or especially in regards to stuff like this, because it just fucking amped up and it just, goddamn.
Well, see, I've gotten to the point where I just don't even get amped up anymore. I listen to what they're saying and I suss it out. And if people are listening whenever I do get pissed off, I'm very slow to anger, but whenever I do get angry, I let it be very well known that I'm pretty pissed off at a situation.
Well, if I'm yelling, it's okay. I'm just a little annoyed.
It's whenever you get quiet that you have to worry.
Yeah, if I'm real quiet, yeah. So, as long as I'm yelling, you can just laugh and go along with it, whatever.
You thought you had dibs on the guitar smashing? Son, if you here's a better one for you. Thanks. Thanks, Zach. Lord have mercy, Jen Devka. You're way too kind. Not really blushing. You should be blushing. Jen Devka is pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, all the sea rats.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, everyone likes to call them sea rats. I learned something in Italy that I didn't know. So those sea rats will actually kill rats and pigeons, and they keep the population down in Venice. Yeah. I was like, holy crap, I had no idea. They're like, oh yeah, because nobody will feed them, and so what they do is they come in and they'll kill off the rats, they'll kill the pigeons, they keep the population down low. It's pretty awesome. Guys are not taking, sweetheart, we take nothing seriously here.
Yeah.
Ever. Ever. You're fine. That's the best part about it.
You're in good company. Apparently, since you're new, you should stop by on Sunday nights when we do our story time, our Sunday night spice. And,
well, I did reach out to Gosney. We'll see what happens for Sunday. If not, we'll be doing another TJ event. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to it.
I asked you a question, and I missed your question. Sorry. I'm still getting used to this live chat thing when I'm on this end of it. It's a little bit different. So I missed your question. Let me.
So
go
what
ahead, Shizzy. Sorry.
What question did she ask? I'm curious. I'm scrolling up to see what it was.
Yeah.
Yes, Dictionary Diva is a babe, so you have to be careful because she will take your soul. She is a redhead.
Oh, I have a question. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to get a little bike for my son. He's about to turn 5. Oh.
What kind of bite are you wanting? Don't bite your child.
So you're talking about like a little dirt bike?
Yeah, he wants a dirt bike at 5.
Yeah. Well, how does he do with a regular bike first? I'd make sure his regular bike riding skills are up to
She
snuff.
says, a Yamaha? Oh yeah, I mean they make bikes for kids that small.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they make the smaller ones, but yeah, I'd make sure that his regular bike pedal skills are.
Yeah, if
are
he
up
can
to
ride
snuff
it
first.
Yeah, if he can ride a bicycle, then yeah, then you move into that particular area. Here's how the DNC is going.
I love this shit.
Yeah.
That is how the DNC is going right now because, oh God, what is it? Next month they're having their DNC convention. Oh, Yamaha, that's going to be so much fun. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. It is just going to be one of those like trash barrel fires that you just can't put out. And then people come by and they throw like aerosol cans in it. It's going to be glorious. What's CC for a 5-year-old? Make sure they can ride a bicycle first. It's all about keeping balance. If they can't keep their balance on a bicycle, they're not going to be able to keep their balance on a motorcycle.
Yeah, yeah. So like maybe like a, I don't know. It depends. If you're looking at a Yamaha, maybe like a PW50.
Yeah,
it could be like a KTM 50 or something like that. I mean, unless you're sold on Yamaha.
Yeah, get something that's very
something
small. Do not get a 250cc motorcycle for a 5-year-old. Because a 250cc motorcycle will go faster than the speed of lightning for them. They need something that's going to be toned down a little bit.
Yeah.
Hell,
And then he can grow with it or grow into something bigger as he gets older. You know?
Well, and also if he gains interest in it, that's the thing about it. Because
the
there's a
other thing,
possibility he may spoil that thing a couple of times and have to work on it. And that's the other thing. Make sure that he works on it himself. Oh, well, this broke. Well, you need to figure out how to make it work again.
Right.
Yeah. And if he's not willing to do that, then 250 would be entertaining as hell. Yes, it would be. No, you get something that's small that has some power to it, so they can get out of their own way. Hell, even man, I grew up with mini bikes. I mean, come on, we're talking like a 10 horsepower, gasoline powered, lawnmower engine in a metal frame. That as soon as you hit a mud pedal, you would like spill out. So yeah, get him to learn how to work on the motorcycle on his own.
Yeah.
Like if it breaks, like you've got to fix it yourself. Mm-hmm. That's the only way.
Replacing things and maintenance and basic upkeep and all that, and then see how he does with it. He may take off with it, no pun intended, but and do great. And
yes,
who knows? He could be the next world champ. I don't know.
Hey. There are kids that do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you broke your collarbone, nearly unalived yourself when you were 10. Every kid should have that experience. Exactly. I mean, I rode dirt bikes, back in the day when everybody was riding, and I'm talking pedal dirt bikes. I'm not talking about like motorcycle dirt bikes.
Right, like BMX, right?
BMX and was it BMX? I had a Mongoose, and then there was Redline and all those kinds of bicycles out there. That's what I learned how to ride. Yeah, hell yeah, your helmet will save your life. It won't save your feet, as one of my friends found out whenever he hit a telephone pole doing about 90 miles an hour. Shattered his left arm and took off all but 2 toes, his pinky toe and his big toe, hitting a telephone pole. Yeah. That's why you don't drink and drive or ride motorcycles.
Bad visions.
Bad news.
For our nation. One focused on the future, the other focused on the past. And with your support, I am fighting for our nation's future.
You're not.
Let us be clear about what that future looks like. I know
10
the
people.
leaders in this room.
No, you
And
don't.
I know the future we believe in.
That's because
and
there's
we
only
fight
15
for.
people there. Maybe you do know all the
We
leaders.
believe in a future where, for example, everyone has affordable health care,
Nope.
which is why our administration capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month.
Sweetheart, why don't you talk about what it was before then? What President Trump actually did that you eliminated?
Right.
Because it was less than that. It was less than $35 a month for insulin. But you came in and you did a sign off and you eliminated that. And then guess what? You raised the price on it.
Well, just like everything else. I mean, Bidenomics has just crushed everything. and these are the things that they lie about. I mean, fuck, now you're worried about how much for a gallon of milk, a dozen eggs, all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to talk about having affordable health care, yet they took away all the jobs from pipeline workers. And they sent those over to Russia, and then they blew up their pipeline. And now they're scrambling for oil, so they have to get in bed with the Saudis and Iran. And how do you think that's going to end?
Well, and all this environmentalist stuff. You know,
it's fake.
Yeah, exactly. The wind turbines are horrible.
Yes.
They're horrible for the environment.
Yes.
Everything that goes in with those. Same with electric vehicles. Not to mention this whole bullshit idea that they were having. Oh, well, we're going to turn military vehicles into electric vehicles. Oh, yeah, that's a brilliant fucking idea. When you're out in the middle of bumfuck Egypt and all of a sudden your shit dies out on you. Not to mention the fact that when these things catch on fire, you you literally have to submerge them in water.
Yes. And if you do that, they even burn hotter.
Yeah, and if nothing else, this last winter should have taught a shit ton of people a lesson on that when all those charging stations were crapped out.
Yep.
As well as people in their homes that couldn't do anything with it.
Yes. Well, and so that I don't know if you folks don't know this. I mean, I own stock in Tesla. No lie there, because I think that they're a very ingenious company. That Elon has some pretty damn good ideas. He has some pretty shitty ones, but he has some pretty good ideas. Now, everybody on this call was going, so how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he's going to eliminate EVs? And I will tell you right now, that's not what Donald Trump said at all. What he said was we need to drill. We need to get back on track with these gasoline-powered engines because this is what powers our country. Okay. And he never said anything bad about EVs. He said, I think that if people want to go with buying EVs, then have at it. But we should not be mandating this to people.
Exactly.
That in 2030, I think is what they want it mandated as, of making sure that everyone is driving EVs, electric powered vehicles.
Like that. Yeah.
Which, if you want to control your population, you make sure that you limit how far they can go. Because if you pull up to a station and somebody's pulled the copper wiring out of it and they've ripped that piece out of the damn wall, how are you going to power up your electric vehicle to get anywhere? But
well,
if
not
that
even
becomes
that, but
the
also
norm,
to have actual control over the vehicle. That's the technology that they've got now with these newer models that come out. Oh, you haven't done this, you haven't done that, or whatever it is. They can just fucking kill your car.
Yeah. Oh, you're at a gun store, I see. Well, guess what? How are you going to get those guns home? And then guess what? We'll have police show up. And you know what those police will be driving? They'll be driving gas-powered vehicles. It'll be really screwed up because they'll go, oh, you thought you were going to get away because you had an electric vehicle? Yeah, we just killed the power to it. Sucks for you. Yeah, tons of fires in China from them. Exactly.
Wow. Maybe
educate Jen about Discord. Find me there, Jen. I am not going to send her to that hellscape of panic. No, and no. Jen, if somebody tells you to join Discord, I want you to do this right now. I will only join Discord after I've got the other shit figured out. Do not do it. I'm telling you right now, Jen. Ignore Discord. Ignore the invites. Do not join Discord. You will be disowned. Wait for a while.
But that's how he got me up here.
True. But hold off on it until you get until you've got Twitter figured out, and you figure out that you're not supposed to be showing feet pics on Twitter.
Yeah.
She's learning slowly.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, stay away from Discord, because if you think that Twitter is toxic, just wait until you get into Discord, because they will have you showing booty holes.
But truthfully, the only thing that I really do at Discord, I've got a couple of you and Diva and Ballstorm, and a lot of it is, coordinating for our story time.
Exactly.
But yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a toxic shithole, or it can be.
See what I mean? Even Puddletown's like, oh, Jen's a pro. Gotcha. See, that's a double entendre, you son of a.
Yeah.
We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty.
So if you don't want your child growing up in poverty, make sure that they do not vote Democrat.
Yes.
And you'll be good to go.
Because their policies work so well.
Yes.
Cut child poverty in half and cut black child poverty even more.
And do you want to know how they cut child poverty and black child poverty in half? By sending you to Planned Parenthood to have that child ripped out of you.
Hmm.
That is their goal. If you want to know their goal to eliminate child poverty, it's by making sure that you don't have children. And the children that you do have, they want to make sure that the state controls them.
Well, in particular for blacks. That was the whole thing behind eugenics.
Yes.
That was her whole deal with setting all that up.
Margaret Sanger had very, very strong outlook on this. She said there is no way that we're going to put this into the well-affluent neighborhoods. We need to put this into the black and the Hispanic neighborhoods to make sure that they do not overpopulate.
Yep.
That
Exactly
was her goal.
Yep.
This is our best bet to do this. 15-minute cities. Oh, yeah. Thank you for clarifying.
We believe in a future where the economy works for working people. That is why we forgave student loan debt for more than 5 million Americans.
Jesus.
What 5 million Americans did it help out?
Yeah.
Because I will tell you, those that needed it the most, you don't qualify.
Yeah.
And I know this because my wife still owes student loans. She qualifies for it. She qualifies for that student loan debt, and she makes a lot of fucking money. So if you're wondering about your student loan debt, who it helps out? It helps out the wealthy. It helps out the whites. It helps out those that actually have succeeded. It's not going to help you out if you didn't use any of your degree.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? So those of you that got screwed by it, you're not getting helped out at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really trust the kids' parents to begin with. It brought all this little dirt bike, the ums. Yeah.
And if you or anyone you know benefited from that,
We
please
got you, Cynthia.
testify.
We're good. See?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
MG
it-
Law makes a very good point on that. They didn't have the authority to do it.
No.
They did not have the authority to do that to begin with.
Yep. The courts are going to have a lot to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. The courts are going to have a lot to say, and don't be surprised. And it's do you remember during the pandemic where they shut everything down and they told businesses to take out this loan called a PPP loan?
Vaguely.
Okay. Not a lot of people know about this. If you don't run a business, then you would have no idea. So this was a loan that was given to you by the federal government, and the interest rate on it was astronomical. Okay, my wife got suckered into this shit, and she didn't even ask me about it. She just went ahead and fucking did it. She was like, "Yeah, they're asking for their money back, and now I've got to pay another. I think it was something like $1,500 on top of it, because it was a loan with a high interest return." Yeah. So she had to pay every single bit of money that she took out as a loan, and she didn't need to. So she just basically blew $1,500 just like that. Yeah. Now imagine doing that to thousands upon hundreds of thousands of businesses. How did Joe Biden's $1 trillion thing help out people and small businesses?
Right.
They're the ones that got screwed. The big businesses was like, oh, it was $1,500, fuck that, whatever. I mean, we make that in like 15 minutes. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all lies and smoke and mirrors.
It is.
And we are finally making it so that medical debt can no longer be used against your credit score.
Sweetheart, medical debt is never used against your credit score.
Well, the only thing that I could think about that she might be getting to that point would be if they go to collections.
Yes, but your medical debt doesn't go against your credit score.
Right.
Only if it goes against collections.
Yeah.
But that means that whenever you're paying how much is it just to get an MRI?
Oh, geez. What is it? $5,000, $10,000, something like that.
$5,000, $10,000 to get an MRI, and that's not covered by insurance in most cases, or insurance is only going to pay a small portion of it. Mm-hmm. And then, and they lay that on the doctors to do, and the doctors got sick of having to basically get a small amount of it, because they would sit there and they would send out the bill to their insurance provider. The insurance provider was like, "Yeah, we're not going to pay that. They only qualify for this amount. That's all we're going to pay." It's a scam, not for an MRI. Oh yeah, MRIs are fucking costly, dude. They're not cheap.
Yeah.
If you're getting MRIs on people that, and we're not talking about like sports injuries. We're talking about like MRIs that are looking for fucking cancer and shit like that. Those are fucking expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what it is that they're looking at as far as for an MRI. And I think I was probably a little too high when I said the $10,000. But whether it's a cardiac, depending on what they're looking at, but it's pushing up there. It can be over $5,000-$6,000. And
some insurance company plans won't pay for it.
Right.
Or they're going to tell you to go to a specific provider because they know that provider is going to charge a lot less for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that the quality of service is any better or any worse. It's just they know that they're going to charge less for it. So they're also going to stack that up. So you might be sitting there months or possibly even years. And God forbid if you're in Canada, there's a reason why people come to Canada to get like major surgeries done. And I talked to one of my friends that's in Canada, and he was just like, "Yeah, I mean, I've got this one thing, and it's pretty cool because I can go and get taken care of." And I asked him, I said, "So what happens whenever you get this?" And he was just like, "Well, that's a little bit different story. They do have euthanizing drugs that they'll give you, though."
Oh yeah. They'll happily take you out.
And it is because of our collective vision for the future that we continue to fight for affordable child care, affordable elder care, and paid family leave.
Yeah, it's called self-assisted suicide, abortion, and you don't work here anymore. That's what they provide. Thank you.
We here believe in a future where all women and all mothers are safe.
Unless you disagree with us. If you disagree with us, we're going to come and we're going to steal your children from you.
That is why, as as vice president, I have elevated and took on the issue of maternal mortality, knowing
as you were talking to, you were just saying that you wanted to kill babies, and now you're saying infant mortality you're wanting to protect.
Oh, I think she said maternal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to kill babies, but then they want to take care of them. Killing mothers? Yeah, why not?
that women in America.
All right, so Vice President Harris there speaking to members of the Zeta.
Oh, you sons of bitches. Those bastards. They came in there to cut her off. Fuck you, Fox, and your bullshit. Fox is a bunch of cocksuckers, and I hate them. I really do. Fox pisses me off so much where everybody's like, oh, well, you must be Democrat, so that's why you support. No, I don't fucking support Fox. I think that all news agencies are garbage, and they only give you what the populace wants. I figure
they were much better there for a while, especially like during the first election, as far as for stuff that was going on or being said. I mean, it was still, I mean, there was still some bias there, granted, but after that, yeah, they really went downhill.
You know what that is? That's your mom on drugs. Oh my God, this is so bad. I've got so much shit that I want to show. It's going to get me in trouble.
But yeah, I mean, all that stuff, whether it's whoever it is from mainstream media, it goes back to what
Yes.
Jen was saying earlier. I mean, they're all full of shit.
Yes.
You know, for me personally, I like to try and do the on-the-ground stuff if you can, whether you go into Odyssey or somewhere else, especially when you're talking about shit for, like, Ukraine or some of these other areas, protests that have been going on or whatever, and you're actually watching it as people that are not mainstream media are videoing this stuff. And it kind of gives you an unbiased or better idea of being able to see this shit for yourself, because they just paint it up however they want to.
Well, in Starzy, here's the reason why you can pay $6.11%, $11 per prescription, $100 every 6 months. You never paid out other than a walking cast. There's a reason why you're able to do that, is because people here in the United States actually have supplied that stuff to you. Because there's a major tariff on American goods coming in. And it's not about what you're getting, it's about what your grandchildren are paying for. That's where the screw is.
And it's the same. And it's the same thing in Europe. You know, this glorified socialist. You know, I mean, they're not socialists, but when they make that reference to their healthcare system and all that stuff. Oh, great.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But you need a surgery now. I mean, how many people? I have no idea, but how many people have died waiting to get in to have these surgeries done because they're in this socialized medicine? That's the shit they overskim.
Yes, they don't talk about that. So whenever you end up with a cancer that you have to go and have treatment for, you'll find that treatment really is not what you were asking for. That's the bad part about it. I mean, you know,
yeah, and they pay an exorbitant amount in taxes. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
just like exactly. Yeah. It's
taxes are higher, wages are lower, but you don't know it because you live in that country. You've just grown to accept it. Mm-hmm. Same way in the United States, you grow to accept certain things, like this right here.
Yeah, and
I'll leave him for you. He's mad. Man's mean. Yeah, these women right here, they're just looking at this guy. That's the mentality of our women here in the United States. Isn't that awesome?
Well, it's just like the 2A stuff, and a lot of people, and I get that, you know. I mean, I've been around the world, and I see that stuff, and people have different ideas on that. But just for the 2A, for example.
Yes.
The reality of it is I have a higher chance of getting stabbed or beaten to death in London or Edinburgh or somewhere over in that area than I do of getting shot here in the U.S. And here in the U.S., I have the ability to respond and to protect myself.
Yes.
Or family members or someone else. And that's the kind of shit that they don't want you to know about or that they don't want to talk about.
Oh, hell
that's
no.
That's the reality of it.
So my wife and I were in Edinburgh. What is it? About 3-4 years ago. We were in Edinburgh. We watched some children that were doing bagpipes. It was so awesome. I've got the recording somewhere. It was just unbelievably great. And so we decided to stop off and grab something to eat. We stopped off at a little local pub. We were eating, and there were a couple of guys in there that wanted to start some shit because they figured out I was American. They really were looking to start some shit. And we're talking about six guys that were just like, they were just looking for it. They're just like, fucking yank, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah, this isn't going to be good. Mm-hmm. I go, more than likely they're wanting to start some shit because then they can like brag to their friends that they kicked some dude's ass that is here by himself with his fucking wife. And so, you know what I did? Pretty simple. Bought him a round. Bought him a round of drinks. Went over there, gave him a toast, and was like, you boys are some tough sons of bitches. And proud of you guys. You guys are awesome. And you know what? They chilled the fuck out.
Yeah.
Because,
well, but like MG said on here too, if you take Chicago out of it, well, yeah, any of the places like that, and a lot of these countries too. The other thing that they don't look at is population size and comparisons. Yes. I mean, we have countries that have populations that are smaller than some of our biggest cities, and yet they try to do this comparison. No.
Yes. No, you can't.
You can't. Yeah, it's not equal. You can't look at it in that manner. But I mean, that right there just goes to prove. I mean, that's something else they don't want to talk. Oh, the gun violence. Oh, AR-15s. Blah blah blah. Fuck you. You figure out what's going on in Chicago and fix that shit, because yet again, that's another prime example of how Democrat policies don't work.
Yes, you have
whether it's Chicago, New York, California, whatever.
Oh, come on. You're telling me that if you remove all the firearms from the United States, that the criminals aren't going to find them again? Come on.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're never going to find those firearms. They can't find them because they don't exist. Yeah, let me get some cyanide and give it to you. This is what it's like right here. This is what it's like. Whenever you have to wrangle MG, I'm telling you, this is MG right here. This is what you have to do. You're trying to get MG to come out. Right here. That's MG. Vicious, vicious, vicious creature.
Well,
so like angry.
Look like Ballstorm says too down here, as far as for the stats. This is where they're so full of shit too, because you can manipulate stats, or manipulate stats.
Yes.
In multiple different facets.
Yes.
And not only doesn't it, where they're getting that information incorrect, they also include, well, I don't want to say the word get you in trouble. They also include self-deletions. They also include justifiable homicide.
Yes.
Whether it's by citizens or law enforcement, where it has been ruled justified. So all of this shit is it's just bullshit. And what they throw into their rhetoric, their bank, that they try and pound out.
Yes. And that's what they'll continue to do.
Yeah.
A lot of it is rhetoric.
Yes.
A lot
exactly
of it is. And you just have to say, yeah, I'm not buying your shit. This is why whenever I do my morning streams and I talk about the AP, it's like I'll call them out on their bullshit, because because the way that they're wording things,
Yes.
will fuck you up. I mean, seriously, if you're sitting there reading it and you realize whenever they say migrants, they're not talking about the people that live in Mexico. They come over to America to work for a period of time. That period of time, usually they're harvesting crops. It's avocados for, Tom Selleck or what the fuck ever. This is what they're doing. They're coming over for a period of time, and then they take their happy asses back home to their home country. Right. It's like they've got work, and they do the work, and they bust their ass, and then they go home with a pocket full of coin. Okay. It's different than people that are coming from other countries outside of Mexico that are crossing the border on other areas, and they're considered illegal immigrants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're invaders. They're not here to help the country. They're here to suck it dry. They're milking the cow of the United States. And whenever you've got a border czar or someone that's supposed to be handling these border crises that can't even do their fucking job.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden say, well, I was never a border czar. Okay, so weren't you in charge of the border? Because we saw it here tonight that Biden put her in charge of handling issues with what was going on at the border. And she failed at that. If she failed at just handling something as simple as the fucking border, where Trump could show up and within like 15 days you've got at least 10 miles of fucking fence put up, what does that say for a vice president that can't even stop the flow? Because the president said, I want everybody to come across. Said that during the debate.
Mm-hmm. Well, not only that, but they were actually tearing the shit down. They're going back through and tearing shit down that was built.
Speaking of camel toe, we have this.
I'll be running for president of the United States. And we have states. And they're united. And because, think about it.
Yeah.
States should be united.
Yeah.
And all the states now, well, they have a president to preside over them. Oh, that's good. And think about everything that we see and that we haven't seen yet in order to reside and live in those states. But the question stands. Who will unite these United States? Oh, I'm good.
She does the Kamala voice so well.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, yeah. I've been enjoying her so much.
That's pretty funny.
Oh,
well, but then and here's the funny thing, not necessarily funny, but whatever. It's funny to me now how they're screaming and hollering about, oh, well, we need the left and the Democrats. We need to tone down after Trump's deal. We need to tone down the rhetoric, blah, blah, blah. You're the fuckers that have been doing it, calling this guy literal Hitler or worse than Hitler.
Yes. That is.
And now all of a sudden they want to call this back and say, oh, well, it's been the right or it's been the libertarians or the Republicans or whatever. They've been spewing all this, his rhetoric and blah, 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 blah. But they're and there's so many freaking nut jobs out there, obviously. And you're referring to this guy, and it goes back to the same question that's been posed by many that I've seen. If you had the opportunity to go back in time and take out the crazy little corporal, would you do it?
Knowing what
and
you
so
know
when they're
now.
referring to him as literal or worse than, well, what the fuck do you expect? And now they want to all of a sudden try and walk this shit back.
Of course, because
fuck yourself.
The reason why they want to walk that back, and I figured this out pretty straight up. The reason they wanted to walk this shit back is because they know that liberals do not carry. They know that the the Republican Party is the party that is like, yeah, we're armed to the gills. We're ready
Right.
to go to war at any point in
Right.
time. And they're just like, oh shit.
Yeah.
We just lit a powder keg.
Yeah.
They fired the first fucking shot.
Mm-hmm.
And they're scared as fuck because the American people will stand up and they will say, yeah, we're not tolerating your bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this. This is the Liberty Bell. This is how fellow Americans feel about the Liberty Bell.
This shit is disgusting.
This is how they feel. This is how they feel. And they only show a little glimpse of it, but this is what they feel.
Yeah.
This is how brainwashed they are.
Well, and it goes back to what I was saying before. It's not uncommon. We've seen that. We saw that with Roe versus Wade. The biggest thing that I can think of right off the top of my head right now, and how it was misutilized, in my opinion, to begin with. And so the Supreme Court reversed that. And it's the same thing with the burning of the flag. In my opinion, it is not a freedom of fucking speech. That thing is sacred because of the graves and the blood that it's been built upon and flies over. In my opinion, it's not a freedom of speech to burn that thing.
No.
Plain and simple.
No, it's not.
But they go around and they do this shit.
But if you think that I'm going to walk in there by myself amongst a bunch of people that are looking to destroy me, I'd be the first one arrested. Because personally, I wouldn't tolerate it. If it was a one-on-one and somebody tried to pull that shit in front of me, I would be right up in their grill.
Right.
But you're also talking about dealing with a gang.
Right.
And if I'm dealing with the gang, I'm doing everything I can to protect myself, my family, my life, and everybody else around me. And if you're going up against a group, a large group that has hate in their eyes, do not do it. Do not do it. I am not going to be a freaking martyr.
But things were almost, I mean, I think it's dawned on a lot of people, but some people, they still don't get it, how close we came. We've talked about this before in my family. I mean, I had family on both sides during the first Civil War. And it was a horrible thing. I mean, it completely ripped our family apart. I mean, we had people, because Vicksburg, Mississippi is named after the big side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And we had family members in Vicksburg who were fighting against and trying to kill each other against family members who were on the Union during the Vicksburg campaign, during the siege of Vicksburg.
Yes.
So this goes back. And so that's how close we came to this shit again. Because I think that had things turned out differently, it's kind of scary to think where we might be potentially right now.
Yes. No matter the cause, this is all communism. Just because they don't like history doesn't mean that it didn't happen. But here's but this is common amongst communists. This is common amongst socialists. This is common amongst all of the left that you see. This is very common that they want to erase history.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they wanted to tear down those monuments.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to tear down those monuments not because they stood for white supremacy or any crap like that. They wanted to tear down those monuments because it stood for everything that they are about.
Yes. Oh, yeah, exactly. The left is what they claim to hate and stand against. I mean, when they're out there during the summer of love burning books and shit like that, those are the things that the very people that they proclaim to hate and stand against do. Communists, Nazis, the fucking ISIS and all that shit when they're over there doing that stuff.
Yes.
That's the kind of shit that they do.
Yes.
And they're doing the very same fucking thing.
Exactly. And it's all just to gaslight you and make you believe that, they have these altruistic goals. Think about this. They got a group of people together to make politicians get down on one fucking knee and worship them. That is exactly what these people did.
Yeah. And then you got Tlaib and all those Omar and all those idiots out there that are directly supporting the terrorist activity, just like with it's mostly peaceful protesting, blah, blah. And they're out there supporting and utilizing BLM and Antifa as their fucking strong arm. I mean, they're so full of shit.
I'm still mad I made him do homework.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, and that's why I've got that up there. I am Volstorm's useful idiot. I did his homework, and then he skipped out on me.
Son of a bitch. Oh, you talk about useful idiots. Here we go. Here's this guy.
President Biden's selfless decision has given the Democratic Party.
Just listen to what he says, because it is so fucking hilarious. It's so hilarious.
Me.
I know, but he's so funny.
The opportunity to unite behind a new nominee, and boy, oh boy, are we enthusiastic. Since President Biden's announcement, we've seen the Democratic Party swiftly coalesce behind Vice President Kamala Harris. When I spoke with her Sunday, she said she wanted the opportunity to win the nomination on her own, and to do so from the grassroots up.
But yet she has not done this. She has not done this at all. Because had she done it from the ground up, she would allow other people to put in for their nomination. But she hasn't. She's just claimed the throne, just like it's mine. I have support. I earned $81 million in less than just a short period of time. It was 888,000 donors giving $100 each. That's it.
Well, and that's the funny thing too. I keep whatever. Funny is relative. I keep getting these goddamn commercials, especially when I'm not using certain software, like on my phone. And each and every one of them has been from Camel Toe or Sniffy Joe or a Bummer.
Yep.
Oh, just give $5. Give whatever, but every single one of them. It's fucking irritating.
I'm not giving them shit.
No.
Not top down.
Just still listen.
We deeply respected that, Hakeem and I did. She said she would work to earn the support of our party, and boy, has she done so in quick order. Vice President Harris has done a truly impressive job securing the majority of delegates needed to win the Democratic Party's nomination to be our next president of the United States. The vast majority of my senators quickly and enthusiastically endorsed her. So now that the process has played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to.
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot.
I'm clapping because nobody else is clapping. I'm clapping. You don't have to. Oh, God. It's just like,
the chirping crickets were telling,
yes.
I better clap then.
He's fucking clapping. Idiot. He's like, oh, this is so great. This is wonderful. I'm clapping. You don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah, because nobody cares. This is how much support she actually has. None.
Yeah, this one idiot.
Yes. Well, no, she's got
camera.
She has a bunch of idiots that are supporting her, and if you ask, well, what have you achieved? Like that's all Trump has to do is like, what have you achieved? Because if you're saying that you've achieved everything that the Biden nomics here have achieved, if you're claiming victory in that, well then you're no different than Biden. Then you're basically just a repeat. You're just a younger version of the same failed policies. So whenever people are just like, oh, well, camel toe is going to totally dominate this debate they're going to have, because they're going to have a fucking debate. They have to. They'll have some debate, and of course their goal is going to be to bring up his conviction rate. Oh, I convicted you on this. It's just like, okay, so what have you done for this country? I mean, that's all that Trump has to do is, what have you done for this country? How have you made it better for this country? Oh, you made it more equitable. For whom? Like who is benefiting from higher taxes, higher gas prices, higher rent, higher food prices? Who has benefited from it? And that's all they have to do is just point out their fuck ups. They don't have to work hard to do that.
Well, and even then, with what happened, and going back to the rhetoric thing or what have you, a lot of people for themselves are going to see that the convictions or his criminal whatever, I think, falls in line with a lot of what he and a lot of other people were saying about the swamp and how they're wanting to get rid of him and how they're willing to do anything and so on and so forth. All this does, in my opinion, is bolster his position to say, hey, look, yeah, this shit was actually going on. It's not just some weird, random conspiracy.
No. And if you want to know, and I'll put this out there for all of you folks that may not be too aware of it, because you go, well, come on, Kamala, she's got these fine points, and she totally won the outpouring of Democrats. If you want to see the outpouring of Democrats, this is perfect right here for the outpouring of Democrats.
Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Now, Senator Harris says she...
Yeah, you notice how they started like cutting that stuff out. That wasn't me causing that. That was me having to hit the button to keep it playing. That right there, that one interchange, the exchange of ideas by Tulsi Gabbard during the Democrat debates in 2020 for the 2020 presidential election, that was Tulsi Gabbard bringing up all of Camel Toe's failures. Okay. Now, those failures were brought up, and whenever she did that wonderful speech that she had actually is much grander than that. That's just a portion of it. She dominated the stage with that. And after that, Camel Toe dropped out. She left. She quit because she couldn't even get 2% of the popular vote to get or even come close to securing a nomination. Her campaign was finished. Finito. Done. Nobody wanted to hear from her. And we also have to remember that Camel Toe was talking about how racist and horrible that Joe Biden was throughout that entire campaign, but she still couldn't get 2%. And after that, they got, and you have to remember that Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders were almost neck and neck. They were side by side. Like Bernie had a big leap over Joe Biden. He was actually the preferred candidate for that. And then whenever this happened, it changed so much. They basically silenced Tulsi Gabbard. They made her where she couldn't speak anymore because they silenced her Twitter account. They silenced her Facebook account. They silenced her on media, like all of the media, NBC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, fucking Fox. They all silenced it. They cut that shit off. They wouldn't even show what she talked about. And Camel Toe dropped out shortly thereafter. And Joe Biden was still failing over Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders left. He said, I'm out. Why in the fuck was he out? He's beating like Biden by a good amount, considering they're still early on. But Bernie dropped out. And all of a sudden you have Joe Biden moves into the top lead position. Camel Toe was already gone. Tulsi Gabbard, they silenced her. Booker, whatever his fucking name is, wasn't doing shit because he was a moron. Fucking Marion, whatever the fuck her name was, nobody gives two shit about because she wanted to have like a prayer dance circle or some crap like that in the middle of whatever this was. And so the last person that you're left with was a fucking bumbling idiot. He ends up winning the nomination, and who does he name? The person that dropped out before everybody else is the person that he named to be his vice presidential candidate. They couldn't even compete against someone like Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
And whenever you see that, you're just like, yeah, you're telling me this shit isn't fixed?
Yeah. Well, which is also amazing since, he was hiding in his bunker or whatever the vast majority of the time.
Yeah. Well, it was a big bunker. I mean, they did have to keep a bed there for him and keep him pumped up on Quaaludes or whatever the fuck it is that they're giving him. And it boils down to this. It boils down to this.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I mean, and it's because the Democrat Party is so disillusioned that they will pay good money. Wait till Camel Toe figures out she's tied to Biden's record.
Yeah,
I don't think she'll ever accept that because she's going to make a big separation from Biden. Like, I had nothing to do with that. I was vice president. That wasn't my decision. And they will say that you're racist, misogynistic, or some new thing that they came up with because she's a woman and she just happens to have a certain pigmentation to her skin.
Yeah.
But that's their new play. It's just like they can't attack on actual policy because, well, she's never done policy, or she's done policy and it's failed. I don't know.
And that was the main glorious point to her, was the whole DEI thing, because she's female and whatever race she's claiming to be at the time.
Well, one day
I have
she's
no
black.
exactly idea what the fuck she is, but whatever.
Well, you just remember that her forefathers owned slaves in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Her forefathers owned slaves in Jamaica. That her father and her mother are of two different nationalities that gave birth to her in the United States. That's it.
Yeah.
Like neither one of her parents are from the United States.
But for the Democrats, that's enough. I mean, that puts her at the apex. I mean,
that's all it takes. I mean, if she was lesbian, she would have it sealed.
Oh my God! Oh yeah.
Well, don't be surprised if she comes out with it.
All of a sudden, yeah.
This guy is an idiot right here. Just this makes me laugh every time I see it.
You know, all of these Trump supporters are going to be incredibly disappointed tomorrow night when Donald Trump and Joe Biden debate because they view Donald Trump as a god and they think that Joe Biden is sleepy. But that's not reality. What is reality is that Donald Trump has not been doing any debate prep. He's not preparing at all, whereas Joe Biden has been doing debate prep for the past 7 days. And he's been having mock debates every single day and reviewing policy and all that stuff. So what's actually going to happen is that Joe Biden's going to get up on that debate stage and slap Donald Trump around for 90 minutes. And then all of these Trump supporters are going to be incredibly sad over his performance. They'll never admit this, but they know it's true. You know, all of these Trump supporters are going to...
Yeah, and nobody even had any fucking idea what he was saying. I mean, that was one of the greatest things when I caught that part of it. When Trump said that, is like, I have no idea what he said, and I don't think he does either.
Exactly.
I mean, that was fucking perfect.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. It's absolutely true. He's like on a perpetual fucking aneurysm.
Yes. Oh, what the hell? I just missed something. No, I don't even want to hear it because everyone's talking about, oh well, what about Kennedy? If you think that Kennedy has a chance of becoming president, just consider this: Jello Biafra ran for the Green Party. Okay, from the dead Kennedys, Jello Biafra ran to become president.
Okay.
Do you remember him?
No.
No. Ross Perot had more fucking enthusiasm than him. Yeah. Yeah. It was bad.
Okay.
It was bad. The United States is a wonderful country.
Yeah.
It is the greatest country in the world. And why do I say that? Well, because I have people like Yamaha that exist in the same country as me. Because, well, I don't know about that. But yeah, thanks for blowing wind up
your
my
bar
ass.
isn't set all that high to begin with, right there.
Well, you know, I mean, at least somebody has one.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is the United States is the greatest country in the world, and even, no matter how much they try to bring it down, how much they try to destroy it, it's always going to be the greatest country in the world.
Yeah.
And it is up to true Americans to basically say, we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to deal with your bullshit. We're going to say, F off. We're going to say, screw you, NATO. Screw you, UN. We are going to become self-sufficient again. Once we become back to the United States that we were originally designed to be, we're going to be much greater than we were before. But it's going to take us not dealing with these idiots and getting away from those people to realize that that's what it's going to take for us to become great as a country again. And you know this. Americans know this. You know, whenever you get a group of people that stand up and say, no, it's not because we're racist that we want to stop these assholes from burning the American flag, that we don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
Whenever we stand up as a country and we say, you going against our allies is not making our country great. Whenever we stand up and say, no more of this bullshit, is whenever we become a great country again.
Yeah. And we are flawed. We have flaws.
Yeah, we made mistakes.
Yeah. You know, like what you're talking about, you know, in your experience and me being around the world too. Yeah, there are great things about other countries and so forth, but as far as for the fundamentals and how we were founded and how we operate or are meant to, we are the greatest in the world. I mean, I would not want to live anywhere else. And this is where I have a problem with these cocksuckers that, if Trump is elected, I'm moving it. Well, then get the fuck out.
Yeah. Because know what?
Clearly you don't give a shit.
Exactly. And, whenever people said, oh, well, if Biden gets elected, I'm going to move out. No, it's like, go the fuck away then.
Yeah.
Seriously. If you feel that poorly about your country, go the fuck away.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you here, because you're not going to stand up and fight for what you feel is right. And you lost
and
this
is part of the problem that I have with the illegals. Because they want to come here and they want to act like parasites. And they want to take whatever they can. But if something happens, you honestly think that they're going to stick around?
Oh, fuck no.
They're going to take off again. I've got no use for that shit.
Exactly. It's a different story of a guy that I used to work with, that he was like, I got my citizenship to the United States, and yes, he was an illegal whenever he got here, and he ended up getting his citizenship, and he was just like, I have property in Mexico. That's where my wife and my mistress and my 20 fucking kids live. He says, I work every fucking day and I bust my ass every single day. And this is the greatest country in the world. He goes, I would do anything to make sure that I can keep doing what I'm doing, operating the way that I'm operating, and keep my place in fucking Mexico. But this country has done so much for me. He was appreciative of it. Paid his taxes, had no problem with that. Did not give two shits about it. He would bust his ass every single day and work his fingers to the fucking bone. And he loved America.
Yeah.
And that was just like, and unlike some of these people that come in, they were just like, oh, what is the government going to give me? Because, oh, yes, I'm poor, I'm indigent. No, you're not. You're not.
No.
You're a piece of garbage. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give an outro here, and I'm going to kick all you fine folks over to watch MG. He's going to be talking about something that's probably not political at all. All of you have a wonderful night, and we will see you. Yes, and make sure. Yeah, no, thank you. Hang out for a little bit afterwards.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
You never get. Trust me. If I was going to get in trouble, that happened like hours ago. Whenever I was going on.
But one final thing for me, and what Heidi said here, as far as our Constitution goes, true, and that again is a huge thing for me. That is what makes us different, and why we are a constitutional republic and not a democracy. So it puts my hackles up. Any politician, I don't care what side you're on.
Left, right, doesn't
Democrat,
matter.
It doesn't matter. When you get some idiot that goes up there and talks about, our democracy this, our democracy that, it's a fucking huge red flag to me.
Yes.
Because we are a constitutional republic, and we are so for a reason.
And with that,
so
ladies
that's my
and
2
gentlemen,
cents.
Your 2 cents is so much more valuable than my 50 cents, I'll tell you. Here we go. Let's do it.